TruCrime Cafe. Kicking the door, peel back the day. Seeking that truth, only do it his way. Notes on the napkin, red string on the case. Looking for justice, can't see it real clear. Screens full of static, but the trail's right here, pointing at the weirdness. Zoom, don't blink, hey, look, it's right there. You closer than you think. Yeah! Serve it up hot at the TruCrime Cafe. Breaking down the crazy, put the lies on the tray. Making sense of the cray. Say what you feel. We shut down the bullshit. Don't give it no wheels. Yeah. Serve it up hot at the TruCrime Cafe. Sip on the facts, let the fog burn away. Truth in the cup, take a taste, that's the deal. We shut down the bullshit. Don't give it no wheels. No wheels. Yeah, no wheels. Mic on the counter, files on the floor. Walk me through the timeline, then we ask once more. Side-eyeing every story, every hole, every gap. If the glove don't fit, then we redraw the map. From the cold case corners to the heat of the stand, he break it all down, so you finally understand. Clock on the wall, but the grind don't stop. Justice ain't blind, it just been cropped. Serve it up hot at the TruCrime Cafe. True crime, breaking down the crazy. Put the lies on the tray. Making sense of the cray. Say what you feel. We shut down the bullshit. Don't give it no wheels. Serve it up hot at the TruCrime Cafe. Sip on the facts, let the fog burn away. Truth in the cup, take a taste, that's the deal. We shut down the bullshit. Don't give it no wheels. Here we go. Yeah. Hey. Here we go. TruCrime Cafe. Kicking the door, peel back the day. Seeking that truth, only do it his way. Notes on the napkin, red string on the case. Looking for justice, can't see it real clear. Screens full of static, but the trail's right here, pointing at the weirdness. Zoom, don't blink, hey, look, it's right there. You closer than you think. Yeah! Serve it up hot at the TruCrime Cafe. Breaking down the crazy, put the lies on the tray. Making sense of the cray. Say what you feel. We shut down the bullshit. Don't give it no wheels. Yeah. Serve it up hot at the TruCrime Cafe. Sip on the facts, let the fog burn away. Truth in the cup, take a taste, that's the deal. We shut down the bullshit. Don't give it no wheels. No wheels. Yeah, no wheels. Mic on the counter, files on the floor. Walk me through the timeline, then we ask once more. Side-eyeing every story, every hole, every gap. If the glove don't fit, then we redraw the map. From the cold case corners to the heat of the stand, he break it all down, so you finally understand. Clock on the wall, but the grind don't stop. Justice ain't blind, it just been cropped. Serve it up hot at the TruCrime Cafe. True crime, breaking down the crazy. Put the lies on the tray. Making sense of the cray. Say what you feel. We shut down the bullshit. Don't give it no wheels. Serve it up hot at the TruCrime Cafe. Sip on the facts, let the fog burn away. Truth in the cup, take a taste, that's the deal. We shut down the bullshit. Don't give it no wheels. She walks in cold, wearing somebody somebody else's face. Lying through her teeth, trying to poison every place. Tongue like a blade, slashing at the weak. She smiles at your back, then talks when you can't speak. Tapes on them lashes weak, push just right. Front row drama queen, but she can't sleep at night. Jealous of the room, man, when it don't bend. She burns every bridge and calls her being a friend. Every room gets dark when she starts her games. Pointing at the whole world to hide her own shame. People hear her name and keep it moving on. She builds up a rumor, then it falls apart by dawn. Mean girl, we don't hear you. Mean girl, nobody cheers you. Lies on lies, that's all you bring. Mean girl, same old sting. Mean girl, talk to the wall. Mean girl, ain't nobody calls. Jealous heart, bitter and loud. Mean girl, lost in your crowd. Lost in your crowd. She points at others like she's spotless clean, but everybody knows what her silence means. She'll switch up facts for a little applause. Twist your name around and act like you caused it all. She hates every smile that ain't about her. Throws dirt on truth like it's something that matters. Fake hair, fake tears, fake concern on cue. But the mirror don't lie when it looks back through you. Snark when she starts her games, pointing at the whole world to hide her own shame. Hear her name and keep it moving on. She builds up a rumor, then it falls apart by dawn. Mean girl, we don't hear you. Mean girl, nobody cheers you. Lies on lies, that's all you bring. Mean girl, same old sting. Mean girl, talk to the wall. Mean girl, nobody calls. Jealous heart, bitter and loud. Mean girl, lost in your crowd. Lost in your crowd. You can tape it up, you can cover that crack, you can swap them stories, but you can't take it back. Every face you burn keeps a mark on you. All that hate you throw comes right back through. Mean girl, we don't hear you. Mean girl, nobody cheers you. Lies on lies, that's all you bring. Mean girl, same old sting. Mean girl, talk to the wall. Mean girl, nobody calls. Jealous heart, bitter and loud. Mean girl, lost in your crowd.
Little man on the scene trying to sound real tough. Standing on a stool, still ain't tall enough. Reaching for the counter like daddy, pick me up. Wants his lukewarm brew in his favorite sippy cup. Baby pain, stomp those socks. Tiny little sneakers, big boy talk. Puffs that chest, can't lift the lock. Bangs on the door till the hinges pop. Baby pain, just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby pain, wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. Give him some toys and shut that door. All he wants is to feel that large, but I'm the one in charge. Yeah. Poor little guy ain't got one friend. Crying to his mama, why's it all gotta end? Why? Tears on the floor. Kicks his legs, then he's back for more. Fake mean mug with the jelly on his chin. Throws one punch, then he runs back in. Hides behind mom when the world swings back. Wants big boots, still rocking snacks. Baby pay. Just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby pay. Wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. Give him some toys and shut that door. All he wants is to feel that large, but I'm the one in charge. I'm the one in charge. Stomping up and down, red face, small frame. Tiny little storm trying to make it rain. Wah, 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 that's his war cry. Big boy dreams in a shirt size 5. Baby, pay, baby, pay. Just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby, baby, pay. Wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. Give him some toys and shut that door. All he wants is to feel that large, but I'm the one in charge. I'm the one in charge.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to the cafe. We are open for business. Thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you're all having an amazing and beautiful day, as you should be, because you are the beautiful people. Today, guys, the Idaho 4. Back to the beginning, part 1. Let's go back. See, I said we were going to do this, and here we go. With the information that we now know over the past almost 4 years, coming in November, it will be 4 years, guys, okay? What is it going to look like from the beginning going forward? That's the point. So that's where we're headed. That's what we're doing. I hope you're here for it. Of course, I will allow for you guys to join me, for those of you that want to discuss the things that we're looking at, as we always do. So please be sure to hit that like button. Please share it out. Let everybody know what's going on in here. And that being said, you guys know how this works. Let's go do this. Get this moving. And come on in, grab a seat. Get off them feet. Grab your cup, fill it up. Let's go.
Rolling up on the scene. Dago's got that stare red light on the screen. Pouring up truth every damn day. Names, faces, dates, he don't look away. Pin maps, cold files on the wall. String runs tight from the big shots, his halls. You feel that chill when he says that name. Someone's shadow, someone's shame. True Crime Cafe, he's serving the proof. Hot cup of pain, cold steel of the truth. Seeking justice, seeking reality. Voice for the voiceless, he speaks for the street. True Crime Cafe, every single day. Pulling on the threads till they all give way. Corruption in the veins, he's calling it out. No way, no peace till justice is found. Backroom deals under neon signs. He reads one line, then follows the lies. Crack tape, low sound, he can hear that bleed. Somebody out there, come remember me. He don't blink when the story gets dark. He just digs deeper, strikes that spark. You'll hear that rage rotting under his breath. Every question a dare, every pause a threat. True Crime Cafe, he's serving the proof. Hot cup of pain, cold steel of the truth. seeking reality. Voice for the voiceless, he speaks for the stripped. TruCrime Cafe every single day, pulling on the threads till they all give way. Corruption in essence, he's burning it down. No way, no peace till justice is found.
The darkest stories are served here.
Yo, yo, yo. Welcome back, guys. Thank you so much for joining us today. I hope you're all having an amazing day and avoiding the bad weather, I should say. So thank you for joining us. Please make sure to hit the like button when you come through that door and like it, of course, and share this out if you will. Please and thank you to all of you. Thank you for my amazing moderators for joining us today. And thank you, Scully, again. Scully is the one that created that intro there, folks, along with the other one we have that the lovely Miss Molly created. Plenty of entertainment as you enter, I hope. Thank you guys all for being here again. You have no idea what it means to me. And I want to thank you all for helping us to reach 13,000 subscribers as of yesterday. We did that. Amazing, amazing, amazing stuff. You guys just never cease to amaze me. I appreciate each and every one of you and love all of you so very much for helping us to get to the point that we have with this channel and this community. You guys are beyond amazing. The beautiful people is truly who you are, and I am no words, folks. So thank you so much. Thank you so very much. And welcome in, everybody. We have Miss Leah Story joining us today. Jessie Lynn, moving forward. Good to see ya. Michelle F. Her birthday today, guys. Everybody, please, if you can, please and thank you. If you will, make sure you wish her a happy birthday. We do appreciate you, Michelle, and love you very much as you are part of this community, part of this family. I hope you have an amazing day, and you know how we do that around here. Scully Investigates in the house. Thank you, Scully, for being here. Sluther75 sliding on in. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Gail74, good to see you today. As always, Tiki Bar, wonderful to have you back. Thank you for joining us. One Maiden Nut, Eddie's in the house joining us today. Thank you for once again being here, brother, and being able to voice your feelings and opinions on things as always. Wonders Deep, wonderful to see you. Always feisty here. Good to see you, and I'm glad you're here. Italian Girl, Rose 76, great to see you. Rubik's Cube in the house. Good to see you, Rubik. Thank you for joining us today. That's an original, folks, by the way. Great to see you guys. All of you guys. Thank you for being here. Let's see. Phil is in the house. Phil, it's so great to see you today. Again, thank you for joining us as always. In Stitches, good to see you. Dale Harrison, welcome back, my friend. Great to have you here today. Let me see. Gigi Butler. Gigi. Jesus, I can't talk. Good to see you, Gigi. Thank you for joining us. Randy Burr, my brother from another mother. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Miss Tandy's in here. Miss Seahawks fan on her lunch break, I'm guessing. Good to see you today, dear. Thank you for joining us. Jonesin, welcome back to you. Great to see ya. The one and only Mert. Thank you for being here as well. Aquamarine, thank you for joining us. Let me see. SR Bubbles. Bubble. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Let me see. The last 24's in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Good to have you here, Mikey. Thank you for joining us. Our production manager, the guy that sets up all those awesome guests that we have joining us on the verdict room and so many other things. Thank you for doing what you do, bro. We appreciate you so very much. As always. Third Apache, great to see you. Lily Rose, welcome back to you. Non-Mystic, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. All right. Come on in. Let me see. Lexi S20, welcome back to you. Great to see ya. Sylvia Hurley, welcome back to you guys. Please, and everybody, if you can, please make sure you wish Miss Michelle the happiest birthday. Please and thank you. Fox Rooter, welcome. Turkey Creek Gal, good to see you today. D. Garrison, welcome back. Always happy to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Moto Man, welcome back to you. Good to see you today, brother. Let me see. Absolutely. Third Apache. I think I've gotten it. Oh, Fatal Redaction, welcome to you. Thank you for joining us today. I think I got everybody. Blue Double, welcome back. Lisa Winchester, great to see you. Ms. Haley, welcome to you. Pinto Sack, hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. Moonlit Baby, always wonderful to see you. Kawanda in the house, good to see you, dear. Let me see. Make sure. Let's see. Thank you, Moonlight, for that. Why, thank you, Phil. I agree with you. That's exactly those were your words. I appreciate your you being so positive about it. And here we sit, and I am beyond grateful for all of it, and all of you. Let me see. 1 second here. Come on up here. Kenny Mag, welcome back to you, dear. Good to see you today. One second. Sorry, you guys couldn't hear me. Come on in, grab a seat. All right, Miss Michelle. I was in frozen shock phase for a minute. Sorry, Karen, welcome. All righty, right. Let's see. Miss Michelle, I hope you're having an amazing day today. For you, and only you.
Happy birthday to you. Oh, do we want to celebrate? Michelle. And this is a song that we dedicate.
Happy birthday, Michelle. this is for you.
Today is the day, it's finally here. Today we celebrate another year. The party's on, we're gonna go till dawn. And it ain't gonna stop till the cake is gone. Let's have a ball, you deserve it all. Cause everybody's celebrating you today.
Happy birthday, Michelle. This is for you.
All right. Just for you. And of course, you know what we do. 1 minute here. Oh, wait a minute. What is this? Well, Michelle, I couldn't really afford a cake myself for you because YouTube is they're greedy, but somebody else has one for you here. They dropped by and said that they needed to leave a cake for their special friend.
Just put a couple candles on.
Your own personal cake from Mr. Rogers himself.
And when it comes time to light the candles, if you have candles on the cake, it's important for an adult to do that. In fact, matches and fire are things that nobody should ever be able to play with. The reason why grown-ups do their best to keep children away from fire is that they love them and they don't want them to get hurt. Even when you're blowing out the candles on a cake, it's important to keep far enough away from the burning candles so that they won't burn you. Let's pretend that this is a birthday cake and we'll sing a new birthday song. Happy birthday, dear friend. We sing to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday to you. We thought we'd try to tell you how we love you on your birthday. We thought we'd try to sing and dance and play today. We wanted to surprise you on your birthday and say, we love you every day, not just today. Happy birthday, dear friend. We sing to you. Happy birthday to you. Won't you please, won't you be my neighbor? Hi, neighbor.
Hi, neighbor. I had to do that. Sorry, Michelle. I couldn't help myself. Anyway, welcome everybody that's joining and happiest birthday to you, Michelle. I hope you have an amazing day and even a better year leading up to next year when we can do that all over again. I hope you enjoy it. You deserve it. And we're so grateful that you're spending at least a part of your day in here with us. So, anyway, you can't beat out a homemade cake from Fred Rogers. Come on now. Just had to do it. Anyway, I hope you enjoy that, Michelle. And I hope it puts a little smile on your face at the very least. All right. What's going on, everybody? Great to see you today. And we're going to be heading on back to the beginning. As I stated, we would, which he was. Good to see you. Thank you for being here today. Blue Eye Butterfly, welcome to you. Redacted for privacy. Welcome. Great to have you here. Jimmy Jones, welcome to you. Allie Tally, good to see you. I see new names in here and I love it. Thank you for joining us today. All of you guys, welcome, welcome, welcome. Typically unique. Miss Kim's in the house. Great show today, Kim. Very interesting. Guys, make sure you are subscribing to The Last 24. Not only is he the production manager here, the man has his own channel that he never puts any time into, and we need to get him to do that. So make sure you subscribe and grow that channel. Please and thank you. Whether he wants you to or not, we want you to. So please and thank you if you will. Please, please, please. All right. Come on in. Grab a seat. Ms. Lori's in the house. Crime and Chaos, good to see you. Karen Folkwa, Summer Jaden, great to have you here. TAO King, good to see you. Everybody, please, if you come in, as you come in, please make sure you wish Miss Michelle F. a happy birthday today. That's just how we roll in this community, folks. We celebrate people's birthdays and we celebrate people's lives because you guys are all very important, every single one of you guys. So call me corny. I'll be a corn on the cob. I don't care. You guys should be celebrating each other as I try. Yeah, just a moment, Kawanda. I'll get that all rigged up and ready to go. Jenny, 33, good to see you. Oh, wait, 333. There we go. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Looks like there's 156 people in the house today with 81 likes, guys. Let's see if we can make that match a little bit better and get this in that algorithm, of course. La, 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 la. You are so very welcome, dear. We appreciate and love you very much. We're grateful that you're part of our family and our community here, as always, and hope you continue to be so we can do it again next year for your birthday. Miss Wendy, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Let me see. All right. Let me go ahead and get this set up. Okay. Here we go. And please don't forget to subscribe to the new Cafe Conspiracy, our additional channel here, where we go over there and talk about absolutely nothing but conspiracies, folks. Crazy, weird, strange thoughts and theories that are out there and conspiracies about things going on in our world. We break them down once a week so far and see how it works out, guys. First show was about the missing and deceased scientists. This past Sunday, we covered the strange conspiracy behind Antarctica, part 1. We have a part 2 to that coming at another time. But conspiracies. That's correct, Rubik. You talk about conspiracies about butts. Yes, all sorts of them. So please join in and make sure you subscribe. That if you're into that kind of thing, we would love to have you there, guys. Well, I think we're over 200 and almost 250 subscribers so far. Plenty much more room over there for y'all. So please make sure you join. We'd love to have you there. Let's see. Let me see. Also, when you do subscribe to the channel, you can go to the community page as well and leave me some ideas as to what you guys would like to talk about and what you'd like to hear over there, because I'll talk about it all, guys. I'd love to hear your thoughts and opinions on what you'd like to hear about. So let us know, please and thank you. Okay. All right, the link is pinned to the top of the chat for anybody that would like to join me. Miss Quandy said you had a question. Feel free to jump up and ask your question, dear. What am I doing here? Here we go. Yeah, thank you. SRB's Tammy C, welcome there. For this time, I just make sure you guys keep subscribing to it. But right now, we're running the content on this channel because there's some issues with the other channel thing. I'll get it worked out though. Did you hear me, Miss Kawanda? Said you had a question you wanted to join us for? Come on up and ask your question, Miss Michelle. Welcome, Leah. How are you today?
Hey, I wanted to tell Kawana to get up too. Come on, join me. Hey,
She
everybody.
said she had a question or something about something, and there she
She's
comes.
good on panel.
Very much so,
There
yeah.
she is.
Welcome, Kawanda. How are you?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, there go. Hey, Leo. Hey, chat.
Hey.
Yep. Leah, hey, chat. Yeah, I can't stay today, but I just had a long but quick question.
No problem.
Okay. So I've been thinking about this since the verdict room on Saturday, and I wanted to say a few things. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh, So first, as we all, come here and day out, day in and day out and talk about this case and everything and commune. And I think like for me, this community has really reached a stage that we are 1,000% locked in and we're not letting this go. Like no matter what bullshit, they want to play, like
Right.
we're not letting this go anytime soon. And so, because of that, one like my favorite things about this community are our differences as a collective. We come from different countries and backgrounds and colors and creeds and life experiences and all that. And I think
Yes.
like having the amount of diversity that we have in this community is our biggest strength and our secret weapon because the deep state, the elite class, they think that, I mean, they have been really successful with their
Yes.
disinformation and their like dumbing down of the electorate in general and all their games and everything. But like we, like those of us who have withstood those things and can still like critically think and like question these institutions and like make sure 1 + 1 = 2 but not 12, like we still
Right.
exist. And I just feel like it's really a calling for all of us to really like to not let this go and to like do whatever we can as individuals and as a collective to not give up. And so with that being said, like I think that every single person, like Dago, Leah, chat, like everyone who is in the chat and just like watches, whatever. Like we all, each one of us as individuals has a very special role that we play in this. I mean, I really look at it as kind of like a movement.
I fully agree.
um, yeah, so we all have a special place in this movement. And so like I'll take myself for example. Like I don't have the patience or the confidence to start a YouTube channel and like lead a channel. And I don't have like the time or the desire
Right.
to read all the documents and like go through all of that. But like what I do have is money. I have money. So like for me personally, I see like my contribution is like financially, like when and how I can, like supporting this movement. And like again, other people like they are able to have these YouTube channels to disseminate the information. Other people are really good at research. Some people might be lawyers, some people, have medical backgrounds. And so I just think
Yeah.
that that's just something, I don't know, that just really needs to be like I thought it was something that needs to be said and really like reflected upon um because I think like day we like get so focused on like the weeds and the smaller details, and we gotta like take moments to like pause and take a step back, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so anyway, so that was like the long-winded part. But here's my actual question. So with
Well,
that being in, yeah.
1 second. Are you able to do what you did yesterday and switch that out? Because that bullfrog noise is coming through again.
Okay, hold on.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Everybody was like, "What is that noise?" I said, "I know what it is."
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's still doing it though. You did something yesterday that it was perfect. I can't remember what you
I
did.
left and came back.
Oh, are you able to do that? Because I can pull you right back up. It's no big deal.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. I'll throw the link in the chat at the bottom for you. There you go. Try that again.
I was
I think
hoping
it.
that wasn't me.
No, it was her yesterday too. I think she has to like reset herself. It
Oh,
just
okay.
distracts everybody. They can't hear what she's saying completely in the chat. So I want all her words to be heard.
Yeah.
Welcome, Jill Avery. Thank you for joining us. Here we go.
There she
Can,
is.
can you hear me now?
Yes. Can you hear me?
And
Clear.
there's
Yes.
the bullfrog is gone. Perfect.
Yeah. Okay.
I just wanted
Yeah.
to make sure they could hear all your words because you kept cutting out every time that noise would, and they weren't hearing everything. So go ahead,
Oh
hon.
no, dang, that makes me sad.
No, we got you now.
Yeah, so hopefully everyone got the point that I was making. So
Yeah.
so anyway, with all that to say, like on Saturday at the verdict room when we were contributing money to the FOIA for Logan,
Yeah.
I do think like in terms of how we can donate, like I do like my favorite thing, I like sending the super chats because I feel like it makes the live more interactive and dynamic. And so that's why I do prefer to send the super chats, but I don't like
Very
sending this.
appreciated.
But I don't like sending the super chats because I don't like that, this huge international conglomerate corporation is taking our money when we're
Yeah.
directly putting it to something that we're really passionate about. So I was wondering if you could make like a slight change in the way that you run the live. And so like if we want to send something in PayPal, you're like actively monitoring it,
Yeah.
and we can include our question with the PayPal, and you can be like, okay, this question is from such and such, and then so like you get all the money, but we still get our question read like in real time.
I okay. I think. Let me see. I
I
think
guess
that
you go ahead.
I could work on something like that. Yeah. We'll see what we can figure out to make that happen, and that way it does pop up on screen for you as well. I'll figure it out.
Okay.
There's things that
Yeah.
you can do. I know there's programs that we can use, and that way it'll show up when you do it, and then it'll go to the thing. So yeah, I can work on something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely.
And even if it's just simple where you just like every, 10 minutes or so you just check it and then ask pause and ask the questions, like that would still be good. And
Yeah.
then that for someone like me who likes to be really interactive and talk about stuff real time, like that would be great because I would like
Yeah.
100% of the money to go to the cause.
Of course.
That
No, I
sounds
can.
good.
Yeah, that's something I will definitely work on. I'll get together with the crew, see what we can come up with to make it work, and then we'll make it happen. Period. So
Okay.
good idea,
Yeah.
and we appreciate your reference to it. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Bye.
All right, have a great day, dear. Thank you for joining us. All
That was
right,
fast.
Miss Kawanda. Thank you. Well, I'm sure she's busy today too.
Oh yeah.
So thank you very much for that, Kawanda, and we will work on that and make that happen for you and anybody else that, of course, needs that and wants that to happen. Very much appreciated.
And
All
they could put
right.
their question in the subject of why you're sending the Cash App. I know Cash App. You could put it in the subject line.
We run Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo because again, and don't get this wrong, guys. None of this is ever expected. We don't expect you to come in here and drop money left and right. That is not what this is about. It's up to you to do it if you want to support us that way. It is very appreciated because it keeps these channels going, and that's with every creator because YouTube doesn't pay very much at all when they do. And the reason why we run the PayPals, the Cash Apps, and the Venmos and stuff like that is because um and don't, like I said, don't get us wrong. We appreciate the super chats and the super stickers and all that still, okay? That doesn't come through for another 30 days. That'll be on the next
Mm.
month's, okay? And then they take I think it's up to, for the last time I looked, like 47% of what is in that. They take that from you and then they give you what's left. So this gives the people that don't want to give that extra money to YouTube or have it wait a month the opportunity to support the channels right away. And then we use the money from PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo to go for FOIAs and to pay the internet bill and StreamYard and all that stuff so that we can keep doing this. So it's very, very much appreciated, but truly never expected. If you don't have it, you can't do it. We don't expect you to, and we don't want you to if you can't either. So make sure you understand that. Okay. Just being here and hitting that like button is the number one reason why we want you to be here. And it is the number one thing that keeps us going. But if you choose to support us that way, that is the way you can do it. So, but
Yeah.
that's all about. Agape love, welcome. Welcome, Carmen. Senior Wazowski, good to see you. Exactly. Yeah, if we relied on the YouTube crumbs, everybody would starve. That's a very good
That's
point.
right.
Thank you, Ro. Good to see you, dear. Yeah. So just maybe making sure notifications are on for your apps would be yeah. Yeah, they're on and I can have it on. I usually turn my phone like down during the lives and stuff. I try to now because I always get so many phone calls, but I could do that and then I could see it and we could, as soon as it goes through, if it goes through, then ding, I can throw it up and I can do the question for it too.
Yeah.
That would be a good way to make sure that we are ready for that situation. I can even post a question, so that's not a problem. I know there's other apps that you can run it through your show at the same time. Um, and it'll pop up on screen. So there's other things we can do to make that work as well. So we'll figure
Yeah.
it out for sure.
I heard a rumor that we're going back to the beginning.
Yeah.
We are
I
going
enjoy
back to the beginning, the very, very beginning.
Hey,
So
Jesse.
I enjoy such things.
Me too.
yeah,
I know I
well,
can have comment on that.
with all the information we've recently come upon, I should say, over the past, I'll say 3 to 6 months. Um, I like to at times go back to the beginning of the case to see what we may have missed, what makes sense from then to now, or from now to then, and go forward from there. So that's what we're doing. Thank you very much, Allie Tally. First time catching a live here. Love the idea of the non-YouTube super chat stickers and etc. Thank you, dear. And thank you for that very much. Appreciate it. It looks like number one towards our goal for today. Thank you. Thank you. There is a button or a link that's pinned in the top of the chat. It says StreamYard to it, Agape, and you click that and it'll bring you backstage. If you're new to this, the one thing we do ask, and it's only a one-time thing to make sure we know who you are, what you're all about, is to show your face for like 3 seconds backstage so I can make sure you're going to show your face and not your waist because we have been hit that way before. It's not very fun. That's pretty much all we do. That's it. And everybody's welcome, of course. We always love having people up here. So, Jesse, how are you, sir?
Just making a coffee, Dago.
Sounds like a plan.
Oh, that sounds like a good idea.
Coffee's always good at any time of day.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else that would like to join us, feel free to click the link, join Jesse, myself, and Miss Leah as we head on back to day number one that this channel, myself, and the rest of us that were here covered the Idaho 4 case. It's something else, and I was surprised I even still had this. So we're gonna start here, right here. This was probably, I think, the first thing I ran, and even that we talked about, reviewed, or anything from day one when I first started covering this. So here we go. Thank you again, all of you, for being here. It looks as though we have 213 people in the house, guys. Make sure to hit the like button, share this out if you will, and let everybody know what we're doing today.
Nicole, you've been there for an hour or so now. What are you hearing from police this morning?
So, Tim Channing, what we know right now is that police do still have this house here blocked off with crime tape, investigating here. We have one person also kind of manning the scene, making sure nobody messes with the area. But what we know is yesterday, this house right here is where police found 4 bodies. And later that day, University of Idaho confirmed that they were U of I students there. So take a look at this breakdown here of the timeline that we have of how things happened. About 1 p.m., we heard reports of a murder investigation, homicide investigation near the college campus. An hour later, the school put out an alert on social media media. It said Moscow PD is investigating a homicide on King Road. They asked the community to stay away from the area and shelter in place as a precaution. Around 3 in the afternoon, Crime 2 arrived in Moscow. Neighbors said most people living in this area are part of U of I Greek life or are students. At around 5 in the evening, the Moscow Police Department confirmed they had found 4 people dead. But it wasn't until late that night that they confirmed the victims were students. The University of Idaho also said Moscow police do not think there's any active threat at the moment as they continue their investigation. And again, classes are canceled today for University of Idaho students. They will resume classes tomorrow. In Moscow, Nicole Hernandez, Crime 2 News.
Now, last night, the University of Idaho released a statement. President Scott Green says, in part, an event of this magnitude can understandably have significant impacts on those left behind. As vandals, we must come together and lift each other up. He also is letting students know that there are several support options available, including drop-in counseling.
Well, we will continue to follow this developing story here on Up with Creme. You can also find the latest information on our website, creme.com, and inside the Creme 2 app.
And if I remember correctly, like I said, that was the very first. I started covering the case. I'm
You're
pretty sure it
muted,
was.
Dago, if you hear me.
No, can you hear me,
Is it
Jesse?
me?
You were muted. She must
Oh,
be
I
on a
gotta go
delay.
back out. Okay.
If I remember correctly, day one for me was November 14th of 22. I believe the Creme 2 newsreel was the very first thing that I ran on this, and we were just all like, wow, what the hell is going on with this? This is wild, things like that. And then we went forward from there. So that's why I started off with that. That was the very first newsreel that I ran amongst many thousands of millions others. And that's how we found out about it. And we were just shocked. 4 people. It's just a horrible, especially on a college campus. It was horrific, and we just couldn't believe it. None of us. And Jesse, I don't believe that you had jumped into it yet at that point with us, but it wasn't too long after that.
I guess it happened in November, and it took 6 weeks for them to make an arrest. Is that right?
7 weeks, I think it was in total.
I would say that I probably came in about 2 weeks, 3 weeks before the arrest.
It wasn't too long. Do you remember the first time you saw and heard about it?
I think I heard the initial, as soon as it happened,
like
I'm
a
kind
news
of
brief.
and also where I live on Vancouver Island, you get local Washington news like King 5 and stuff. So I would get that kind of stuff probably on my Facebook, and I've got ties to the area, so I think I heard about it right away when it happened, like within the first few days.
Right, Leah, do you remember the first time? Oh, sorry, Joey. Sorry.
As soon as you hear it that there was 2 survivors that didn't call that was what blew my mind, and that's just. I was thinking, were they drugged? Were they tied up? And that's what struck me right away is what's the deal with those 2 survivors?
Right, exactly. Welcome, Kathy's Indie Zone's in the house, guys. Please make sure Kathy's link is in here. Welcome, Kathy. Wonderful to have you here. We're going back for those of you that are just jumping in. Smitty, welcome. Welcome back to everybody that's joining us today. We are going back to the very beginning of the Idaho 4 case with the information we have now, and we're going to kind of balance it back and forth and see how things have changed, what's changed. We're going to discuss things from then to now and from now to then. Leah, do you remember the first time you heard about the case, by the way?
Yes. Of course, I'm a big conspiracy theorist, which this case has calmed me down some because I got obsessed with it. But I first heard, not through the news, because I don't watch the news, Mag Bitter Truth. I don't know if anybody knows of him. He brings down the news channels, how they're psyops that they present to us. So he presented it as a psyop, that this thing was a total hoax because of the address. No one waits 8 hours to call 911. Someone didn't kill someone that fast in the house, blah, blah, blah. So I just started looking into it myself and to see if it was truly a hoax and or Masonic. And when I got into it, it was seeming real to me, and I've stayed with it since.
Right.
That's
And
how I got into it.
that's
Yeah.
something else I remember coming out too. This next video I'm going to show you was the first national news clip that I played on this. Also, it was a lot of people were saying that didn't happen. That couldn't have happened. That's not real. There was a lot
Mm-hmm.
of people thought it was a hoax. There's a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people because we're YouTubers. We know what happens on YouTube from time to time, and we know what the news can do at the same time. So, and I think this is probably the beginning of the end for mainstream media for a lot of us because some of us were still following mainstream media and we're right on top of this, watching these things, so on and so forth. And this is when a lot of people said, I'm done. They've done nothing but lie, so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. So this is kind of the end of mainstream for a lot of us. So
Mm-hmm.
so this news clip, like I said, was the first national news clip that I had showed. This was through NBC. This was I think the next day because we spent the rest of the day before looking into things, kind of doing a bit of a dive and discussing it because it was so amazingly unreal and so wild. So let's check this
I
one.
I I do want to say now, though, I don't think it's a hoax. I've talked to Kara, one of the moms. I mean, she's not faking her grieving, and I do. I think this is real, and we've seen the crime scene photos and all that by now. That the hoax part should be debunked by now. I
I
did.
think it should have been a long time ago. And anybody
Yeah.
that believes that this is or has been a hoax, I'm sorry, but you need to pay attention to all these things because there's no way this was ever a hoax, in my opinion. At least
Mhm.
not this part of it at all.
No.
Okay. Let's get this moving.
Small university town of Moscow, Idaho. A massacre of 4 college students in the middle of the night, so horrific, the coroner is still processing what she saw.
They'll be looking under fingernails. They'll be doing all sorts of different exams. It was very, very traumatic.
The 4 students and close friends found dead inside this home. An autopsy is pending, but police say an edged weapon like a knife was used in what they call a targeted attack. The friends seen together in this picture posted just hours before their murders.
Now I'm going to stop right there. Okay. An edged weapon, like a knife, was said to be used in what seemed to be a targeted attack. We were told that November 15th of 2022. Now, at this point, since what everything we've learned now, the sentencing and all that stuff, they've come forward. Bill Thompson came forward and said that the house was targeted. They're not pointing to anybody in specific as a target now. That's what they're said. Kaylee was the target. Other people claimed that Maddie was the target. There's other people that believe that Ethan and Xana were the targets. But the prosecutor said the house was targeted at the end of this, guys. So remember that too, and remember how they presented it to us in the beginning.
The photo wasn't Dylan and Bethany blocked out, but all the deceased were still shown.
I do believe. Yes. Absolutely. And we do cover Delphi as well, Karen. If I'm saying your name right. If I'm not, I'm so sorry. So we do cover that one as well, and we'll be doing updates on that as they come. So welcome, Moto. How are you today, brother?
Hey, not too bad, Dago. How are you?
Great. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us
Hey,
today.
Moto.
Hey, Leah. Hey, Jesse.
Hey, hey.
Do you remember where you were when you first heard about this case, Moto?
Yeah, actually, I heard this case. It was an episode of, I don't know if you've ever heard the channel. It's called That Chapter.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I was first introduced to the case. And I actually stopped watching that chapter because of his take on it when Kohberger was arrested.
Gotcha. That's happened a lot. That's happened a whole lot throughout it. I've had people that stopped watching my channel because of my feelings and theories and thoughts on this. And I've had a lot of people that have come from other channels, such as you said, that have started watching my channel because of the other channels they were following. So It's happened in a lot of different aspects. That's true. All
I
right.
do I do think Brian, for me, I've thought he was innocent from the beginning.
Well,
From the beginning.
yeah,
That
no,
might
I
be the
understand.
conspiracy in me.
Well, and we'll once when we get to the point when Brian is actually arrested on this, we'll definitely get into some talks about that because there
Okay.
was a lot of different feelings about him at that point too. So that's another important thing that once we get to that point, it'll definitely be an in-depth conversation. I feel so. Any other statements from anybody as we go on?
Yeah, somebody said that we didn't find out about the surviving roommates for some time, but I thought that came out like within a few days.
I thought it was in, and now see that's why this is important too because I forgot. I thought it was within a couple days myself. Uh, I'm gonna have to. Yeah, that's a good point to make up. So we'll definitely look for that too.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Jesse, and thank you, Ro. All right. Yeah, I never thought this was a hoax, by the way, either. I just was shocked, like how 4 people. That's a lot of people. 4 college kids. It was just very shocking. So, and we never learned about the 8-hour delay for a while either, and that's what I think really threw us into a grind with that. So, I see you, Miss Luther. I'm glad you're here. If you were talking to me, if not, I'm still glad you're here. So on we go.
Ethan Chapin, a triplet from Washington, majoring in sport and tourism management in his freshman year, featured in a loving post written by another victim, Xana Kernodle, who wrote, "Life is so much better with you in it. Love you." Xana was a junior majoring in marketing and worked as a server at a local restaurant with victim Madison Mogan, a senior in marketing. And Kaylee Gonzalez, a senior whose family said was the ultimate go-getter and adventurer, tonight heartbroken by the news. Investigators releasing few details, while the mayor telling the New York Times it may have been a crime of passion.
Every little noise, I was like, is someone in the house? Like, I don't know. And
So that was one of the first things we heard was from the mayor of Moscow saying it may have been a crime of passion. Well, as we all know, that has been thrown back and forth a couple times. Karen is how I pronounced it, or Karan from the UK. I got you, Karen. Well, I'm glad you're here either way. If I miss it up, please just yell at me. But thank you for joining us. So yeah, and I believe this is the girl that lives in not 1112, but this is the house that's down below 1112. I think that's where she lives. To answer your question, Kenny, there was Dame Von Daisy. Welcome. Yeah, so there's the 1122 house right over to the just behind this would be the or next to this, I should say, would be the 1112 house. This is the one that's right next door. See the windows here and all the cars that were parked. This is the one that's right next door to the 112 house.
it was just scary. Like, it's all just shocking.
Now, a grieving college town waiting for answers about a murder scene too horrific to believe. Now, when it comes to a suspect or a motive, at this point, police have only said that they do not have anyone in custody, but they have reason to believe that this was an isolated incident, a targeted attack, and at this point, they do not think that there is any imminent threat to the public at large.
An isolated, targeted attack, and we remember that. There's no imminent danger or threat to anyone in the public. See, knowing that on 2 days later, okay, I got to ask the question, is that because they knew then or because they just were trying to keep the morale down so that people didn't flip out about this?
Does it matter? Because either way, they're lying.
But that's the truth. See, there you go. And that we
True.
know that at this point. Welcome, Donna Salamander. Good to see you. But that's a fact. And see, I've always at that point I forgot about that statement being made so early on. At that point, I think now if I heard that, knowing what I know, I would say we know it's a lie, but I think it was because they already knew. Truly and honestly. Thank you so much, Kawanda, for that. Congrats to
Yeah.
whoever received that membership, and welcome to the sauce. Welcome, Cassie. Good to see you, dear. All right. All right. So that was. Oh, hold on.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel.
That was that one then. Any thoughts, feelings, opinions thus far, you guys?
I
I'm
thought
trying
that
to.
girl did live in 112.
What'd you say, bud? I didn't hear you.
I thought that was the girl that did live in 1112.
See, I thought she lived in the house right next to it. I wasn't sure.
I'm pretty sure there's a picture or a short clip of her crying in the doorway.
Okay, that would make some
Oh,
sense.
you
Well,
mean where the ring camera is?
yeah,
where
that's
Is that what you mean,
1112.
Moto?
where the
Yeah.
light bulb camera is.
Okay. Now this is another one I had. 1 minute. We're just gonna watch a few of these news breaks, and then we're gonna jump into some other stuff with it.
Now at 6, 4 U of I students are dead, and the Moscow police are saying very little. We have in-depth coverage on how the community is responding to their deaths and where they grew up in our area.
We're heading into the second week of unseasonably cold weather in the inland Northwest, and we are not going to be warming up anytime soon. But I will tell you about some changes that might impact your Thanksgiving travel plans in the First Alert forecast.
And emergency rooms across the country are filling up with RSV patients, what doctors say will stop the spread, and ways to keep your children safe. You're watching 4 News Now at 6.
With Moscow police saying very little tonight, rumors are starting to spread about how these students died.
Now, if you notice, like Jesse pointed out, we have Dylan and Bethany. They're digitized out, but they're showing the victims here, which I think is interesting because they have yet to announce. They may do it right here. But they have yet to announce the 2 surviving roommates, as they call them.
Died, and if there's still a killer on the run tonight.
We have in-depth coverage tonight. We start with Esther Bauer, who is live in Moscow with the latest on this investigation. Esther.
Well, there is so much to uncover in this tragedy, yet police are giving us very few answers into the death of these 4 students. Now, where I am here on Queen Road, police were going in and out of this home all day. We still do not know a suspected cause of death or if police have any idea who's responsible. So here's what we do know. Police were called to King Road on Sunday for reports of an unconscious person. When they arrived, they found 4 dead students and are investigating a homicide just a block away from campus. Those living near the home police are searching are shocked to see a tragedy of this magnitude unfold in Moscow.
Moved up here and I was like, oh, this is just like an extra small town. Like everyone knows everyone. And then all of a sudden this happened. I mean, it's sad because it's so close to Thanksgiving. I'm sure their families were excited to see them in about a week and a half.
For those of you that aren't familiar, that was Jeremy Reagan, who was one of the first people they talked to. He was, in the beginning, a lot of people believed was a suspect. I don't believe that they ever really looked at him as a suspect, but a lot of the community did, I should say. Dig the past, welcome, good to see you. Police were in and out all day with no protective gear, contaminating crime scene. Thank you, Kathy. Very good point. Very, very sad, but good point. Thank you, Sluther.
Classes were canceled here on Monday, but numerous students were coming by the area throughout the day as questions mount in an apparent homicide before the holidays. Now, I've been here at this crime scene all day, and I want to break down some changes that I noticed. So early on, police really focused here on this home behind me, staying in the driveway and going in and out of the front door. As the hours went on, they really spread out their resources. I watched police searching through dumpsters, looking through bushes, just really hunting for answers. We're all waiting for. Reporting live in Moscow tonight, Esther Bauer, 4 News Now.
Esther, thank you. The University of Idaho canceled classes today to honor the students who died.
And we're learning many students have packed up and returned home following these events. 4 News Now's Jordan Smith continues our team coverage tonight with the university's response.
Well, Kirsten, as a former student here who spent many years in Moscow, the reason so many people fall in love with this community is because it's safe and it's fun. Events like this do not happen here. Now the community is heartbroken, having lost 4 members of the Vandal family. The community, however, the university rather, is doing what they can to assist students in any way possible. It was a solemn day here in Moscow, a campus ordinarily packed with students and energy, quiet and empty. Many trying to process this tragedy.
This is a truly horrific situation.
Dean Blaine Eccles sharing his emotions on the situation.
My heart breaks for the families and the friends of the victims involved. The Vandal family stands with them in this horrific time.
In a community so close-knit, the impact of these deaths is being felt.
Now, one thing I will make notice of is that we saw the dean, okay, Blaine Eccles, once or twice, I think, probably not too many times at all, but we saw Scott Green a million different times, which is very important to point out, obviously, for different reasons, we all know. I just want to make notice of that because I think it's a good point. So, dumpsters that were supposed to be collected and processed by ISP, but guests cannot find and release. Right. That's a very good point, Witchy. There's nothing about that in any reported documents that I saw. So there was even a statement made when Captain Lanier said, "I'm going to go check out these dumpsters and stuff." That people were saying, "Well, there's just a bunch of garbage in there."
Is this still within the first 48? The report?
Yes, this is the. This actually might be on the 14th. This one was November 14th. Yes, sir.
Because the red flag should have already been going off big time with the wording of this report. If you listen to the words, it says police were responding to a call for an unresponsive individual, and when they arrived at the scene, they found 4 dead bodies. I mean, that doesn't make sense. Those two things don't jive. You get a call for an unresponsive individual, you show up and there's 4 dead people. That's any normal person should have a problem hearing that and making it fit.
That should have thrown them into a whirlwind. I agree with you, truly and honestly.
And right from the beginning, even in this report, they just say it. It just rolls off their tongue, and they expect you to swallow it and don't ask any questions. Like, what? How can you even report that without pointing out how odd it sounds?
Exactly.
Like the news report should say, "Oddly, Jim, the police were called for an unresponsive person. However, when they arrived, that you would speak as if you recognize that this doesn't make sense."
They don't call it out, Jesse. It's probably because, in my opinion, I think they were told, "Don't make notice of this. Don't point this out. Don't make a big deal." Because what I would have said as that reporter is that's strange. Unresponsive person turns into 4 dead bodies. What do you think of that? What I mean? Like you just said, that's what should have been done. But I think these people were told, don't focus on this. Don't talk about it.
It's like everybody who works for mainstream media was wearing blinders and they're strapped right in and just walking around like zombies and not asking any questions.
Yes, absolutely. Right away, guys. This is still the day after. Thank you so much, Luther, for those memberships. I cannot see who received them, unfortunately. Welcome to the sauce, all 10 of you guys. And thank you, Sluther. You're always so generous. We appreciate you so much, dear. Thank you. And guys, make sure if you're into sports, make sure you sub to Jesse's channel right there, because he's the man to go to for it. So please and thank you. Thank you, Bubbles.
And also, Witchy made a comment, and it went past my mind. She made a comment about, there was rumored that someone passed out in the front yard when they were calling 911. Do you remember that rumor?
Yes, I remember. There was a lot of things that were told to the communities for quite a long time, that somebody was passed out in the front yard, and that one of the people that called 911 came running out of the house and passed out from what they found inside, and so many other wild rumors that we had heard. So yeah, they went on for a while too. They truly did. Very true. Anybody that's just joining us, welcome. It's great to have you here. Thank you for joining us today as we go back to the beginning in the Idaho 4 case. All right.
All across campus, especially on Greek Row. Many students packing their cars and heading home in the wake of the nightmare unfolding off of King Street.
we're going to support students in whatever manner they need to navigate through this. If they need to return home, we're going to support them in doing that first and foremost.
They also offered drop-in counseling sessions at the Student Union building today, with counselors standing by, ready to assist any student.
And they can also go over to our counseling center. We've cleared schedules to make sure our students have ready access for that support.
They've also made available a 24-hour line for students to reach help anytime they need it. Dean Eccles telling me they're doing everything they can for students, stressing that if they need anything at all, don't be afraid to reach out.
My one piece of advice is communicate. Let us know. Reach out.
No, in fact, Kenny, I don't think that 911 operator, I think she was given an award. If I remember correctly, she wasn't terminated. She was given an award, from my understanding, unless she's been terminated since then. But then I believe, no, she was not, from my understanding.
No.
All right.
To us, reach out to your faculty. You will.
Oh, wait. Sluther said she was. Did it happen? When did it happen? Yeah, she got 911 Operator of the Year from what we found.
Yeah, I didn't know she was fired.
When was she? See, this is what happens, you guys. When was she terminated? Does anybody know?
I didn't hear her for being terminated.
I had never heard that either. This is new. She wasn't. Wait, I thought you said yes. Luther said yes, she was. Oh, you're saying yes, she was to getting the award? Right. Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought. Yeah. She was given an Operator of the Year, which I still. Okay. Now I caught up with you guys. I see it now. I got you. Got you. Okay. Miller time. Thank you for that. Very much appreciated. God bless. I'm very generous of you. Sorry, I got confused for a minute, guys. Just ignore me. Yeah.
We fixed that.
Yes, it happens sometimes. Miscommunication.
Yes.
No big deal. Thank you so much for your support, you guys, with super chats and the gifting, all of it. You guys are amazing. No, she wasn't fired. I heard she got a promotion and she got 911 Operator of the Year, which is what everybody's agreeing with now. So yes, there we go.
Receive a caring support in response.
And the school is organizing a vigil. That's going to be 5 o'clock on Wednesday. That's going to be held at the admin lawn. And guys, we'll be tracking the very latest developments on this story and keep you updated as we learn them. Reporting from Moscow tonight, I'm Jordan Smith, 4 News Now.
Jordan, thank you. Students at the University of Virginia are also mourning the loss of 3 of their classmates who were shot and killed. The university was under a shelter-in-place order for about...
Now, I do remember this happened the same roughly period of time. This didn't get very much attention because everything was focused on Idaho, sadly. Jenny Sorrentino, welcome. Good to see you. Let me see if this goes through. Hold on. Is this the entire new? Yeah. Okay. So we're good on that then. I was making sure. All right. Moving on. Give me 1 minute. Let's back up. All right. All right, now we're going to jump to this one, which was another one that I had covered. And then we're going to move on from some of these two to different things.
Classes at the University of Idaho were canceled this morning after 4 students were killed yesterday in a suspected homicide. The victims found at an off-campus house in Moscow. Police say they don't have any suspects at this time, but they don't believe there is an active threat to the community.
Hey, thanks for...
And there again, they're claiming there's not an active threat to the community. That still blows my mind.
That news anchor look a lot like Kamala Harris? Just
yeah,
Kamala, it looks like her after she's done like a whole shit ton of drugs.
I wouldn't have
Yeah.
thought that till you said it.
No, I know. I can't remember her name, but I know who she is. All right, hold on here. Now we're gonna. They started to learn. Well, they did have. I'm trying to get to the point where they bring out the. 1 minute here. So much of this stuff was saved. 1 minute. Okay.
Yeah, I like Jenny's comment. Not an active threat means they know who did this, and they covered it up.
Say that one more time.
Whoops, let me find her comment. Ah, come back. Come back. She said they know who did it, and that's why it's not an active threat because they're covering it up. Where is her comment?
Oh yeah, of course. I agree with that. All right,
Not
so
an
we're gonna.
active threat means they know who did this and they covered it up. And Eddie agreed with it 100%.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Or at least they knew why they did it. They might have known the why and not the who. Same kind of deal,
Right.
though, right?
Yes. 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 All right, let me get this up and running. This is what I was looking for. Sorry, I have to dig some of these things out. All right. God, always giving me technical issues. Here we go. Okay, here we go, guys. Sorry. For those who don't remember, this was November 16th.
Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department.
Trying to skip all the goofy stuff and get us right to where the very beginning starts at. Bear with me. Come on. Here we go. Okay. Now, I think it's kind of important if you guys want to take notes or whatever, but this is kind of important because it's the very first one. Pay attention to some of the things you hear as compared to what we've heard now. It's kind of interesting.
Here. My name is Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. I'm going to be reading from my notes today because I want the information you receive to be extremely accurate. We know you have questions, and so do we. That is why we're here. I'd like to thank everyone for attending this press conference. Joining me today is the Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, University of Idaho President Scott Green, Provost and Vice President Tori Lawrence, University of Idaho Dean of Students Blaine Eccles, Latah County Sheriff Richie Skiles, Chief Deputy of Latah County Tim Best, Idaho State Police Colonel Kedrick Wills. The Moscow Police Department would like to extend our condolences to all family members, friends, the University of Idaho, and the Moscow community. This was a horrible crime that took the lives of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves. This horrible crime has affected all of us, the families, the University of Idaho, our community, our country, and our officers. Agencies that are involved in this task force include Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigations. As we continue our investigation, we have learned that Ethan and Xana were at a party on campus, and Madison and Kaylee were at a downtown bar. They arrived home sometime after 1:45. If anyone in our community or across our nation has any information about these times or the victim's whereabouts, please call our tip line at 208-883-7180. The facts of the case that we know right now. We know that these homicides occurred in the early morning hours of Sunday, November 13th. Around noon, Moscow officers received a call of an unconscious person. Officers discovered the bodies of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves inside the residence on King Road. The four were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time. There was no sign of forced entry into the residence. Investigators are continuing to collect evidence at the scene. Investigators are working to develop a timeline to relevant events. Autopsies are taking place today on all the victims so we can continue to gather evidence and solve the crime. Investigators are working to follow up on all leads and to identify a person of interest. Based on details at the scene, we believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims. We do not have a suspect at this time, and that individual is still out there. We cannot say that there's no threat to the community, and as we have stated, please stay vigilant, report any suspicious activity, and be aware of your surroundings at all times. What we don't know, the identity and location of the suspect, the location of the knife or any clothing that was worn by the suspect. Currently, we have 25 plus investigators working this case, as well as assistance from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Idaho State Police. We're reviewing video that has been collected, but we are asking citizens to contact us with any information you may have that will help in this investigation. Once again, we're asking anyone with it to call the tip line at 208-883-7180. At this time, I would like to introduce the University of Idaho President, Scott Green.
Boo!
Thank you, Chief Fry. I'm Scott Green, President of the University of Idaho, and with me is Tori Lawrence. He's our Provost, and Blaine Eccles, our Dean of Students, will be available for questions after all of the statements are made. The crime, to us, this crime and the loss of these young lives is just simply beyond comprehension. While our small community is certainly not immune to such things, it's not a situation our close-knit campus is used to dealing with. First, my deepest condolences to the families. And friends of Ethan, Kaylee, Xana, and Madison. Excuse me. Their loss has been devastating, and they were bright lights in our community and are deeply missed and remain in our thoughts and our prayers. We've been working with Moscow police since we were notified on Sunday of the crime. We've helped when asked and continually push for information whenever possible. knowing that we cannot interfere with the important work and good investigations that are occurring. We just want justice for these victims. Our focus at the university is to support our students and our employees. We are encouraging students and employees to take care of themselves as we head into Thanksgiving break. I want to take a moment to commend our faculty and staff who have been on the front lines helping our students, whether that is providing counseling to those in need of support, accommodating those who want to travel home, or engaging those who find comfort in staying busy interacting with their peers and our instructors in class. Our employees stepped up when our students needed them. While we have relied heavily on the expertise of Moscow Police, we feel confident that remaining open with flexibility to leave allows our students to decide what is best for them. The weeks ahead will continue to challenge us as this loss and the circumstances around this crime become known. We will support each other as we grieve, and we'll move through this together as a Vandal family. Thank you.
I would like to have Colonel Kedrick Wills come to the podium, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Kedrick Wills. I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police. And as we have this discussion today, I'd like to express my appreciation for your attendance here because it's important, vitally important, that we get the information that we have out to the public. Crime knows no boundaries, and these murders have shaken us to our very core. You heard the university president as well as the chief of police talk about this small community, and it's a very close, tight-knit community. And our hearts break for the families that lost their loved ones, the University of Idaho, the Moscow community, and even within our entire state. Be assured, the Idaho State Police is firmly in support of the work that the Moscow Police Department is doing, and we are providing every resource that we can to make sure that this comes to a conclusion, and the person or people that this is responsible are brought to justice. It's so important that you understand that this takes a team effort. This is teamwork with the university, with this Moscow City Police Department, the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It takes everybody to be able to do this. And it's a balancing act. It's a balancing act of getting the community the information that they need to have with
that's a good point, Eddie. Most definitely. Something else I want to point out is not too long ago, I think Tomboy is the one that can probably verify this for me. We were given information that it's a probability that they may have known who Bryan Kohberger was on this day, November 16th of 22. Not saying it's a fact, so don't take it that way. We were told by a source that it's believed it's possible that they did know who Bryan was on that day, that it was already in the air. I'll put it that way.
Well, they've clearly already decided it's a single perpetrator crime.
Right, because they're saying that one person, individual, not individuals. There's no plural. It's all singular. Remember that. Pay attention to those points, guys, because it's important. Welcome,
And
Ms.
one
Bianca.
knife. They make reference to one knife as well.
One weapon, guys, which we already know. There's 4 to 5 weapons involved in this. But yeah, you're right, Jesse. See, these are the things that we're doing this for. It's to catch all these things.
They're looking for one knife because they only planted one sheath.
There you go.
Yeah, true,
There you go.
Jesse. Good point.
Very good point. There it is, guys. No, 3 days into this, the narrative is already drawn out, blueprinted, and ready to roll.
Yep.
Very sadly. Thank you, SRB. Welcome. Always feisty here. Great. I probably already said hi to you, but welcome again. So Xana and Ethan were at a party, Kaylee and Maddie at a bar, and got home after 1:45. They forgot to say they had no idea what time Ethan and Xana got home. Well, because they knew already. That's the thing. They knew. They have their well, I don't know if they knew at this point, but they have their phones. They had their data. They know where they were. They just didn't tell us. Itty bitty welcome, but Psyche, we're not going to tell you a damn thing. Right. So, good points, good catches, you guys. That's why we're doing it. Well, goodness. First time on the cafe. Welcome, Sweet Pea. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yay! You
Yes,
came
ma'am.
up.
Hi.
Yeah.
Welcome, welcome. Wonderful to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Just
All
wanted to
right.
come in and say that this is an embarrassment and a total shit show, and that's all.
It is. It was, and it is.
It's terrible.
It is horrible. And we had no clue back then. That's the problem.
I know
We
that's
had
why I feel bad. Like I wish I would have known more back then.
Yeah, we had no clue back then as to what to be expecting, and it
Good
never would have
Tomboy.
expected what we have. Welcome, Tomboy.
Hey, Tomboy.
Hey, I have a rebuttal to Jesse's statement.
Okay.
Okay.
After reading the new documents that dropped, I'm not convinced now that they planted the sheet. They may have moved it from the floor, but I'm not convinced that they planted it. How do you get all that other DNA on there that is nobody's?
Where do you think it came from?
I think it may have just got dropped on the floor during the commission of this, and nobody realized it. And then Talbot went in and found it on the floor and went, "Oh shit, I picked it up. Oh, here, let me toss it."
Remember the theory that it belonged to one of the girls? That was another theory that I thought was
Yeah.
a solid theory for a time.
I thought the sheet was
I
clean.
I wonder now too if one of the K bars, because I believe there were two, one serrated, one unserrated. I wonder if one of those K bars actually belonged in that knife sheath and did belong to one of the girls.
That was Sarge's theory the whole time. Did it belong to somebody that lived in the house?
But wasn't the sheath clean? It didn't have blood all over it like we thought it would if it was under Maddie.
It had
It
like
had
spatter.
it had very fine spatter on it.
It actually changed color, I think, because of the solution they
Yes.
treat it with to uncover fingerprints and DNA. They covered it in some kind of solution, and it went from a light tan, brand new looking, to a dark brown and used looking very quickly after that.
Yeah, because the initial pictures, it looked brand new, and you
It
could
was
barely.
pristine.
Yeah.
Pristine.
Yes, brand new, and it had you had to really get a close up of it to see the fine spatter that was on it. So,
okay.
But there again, if it had been there, which we already know it wasn't now, if it had been there that whole time, it would have been, in my opinion, covered. Okay, it should have been covered, I should say. So,
Leather is porous, so it'll suck up anything.
yeah,
So if it
right.
was clearly laying on under Maddie's thigh, then all of her expulsions would have been on that too, and it wasn't.
Right. Absolutely.
I could tell you're driving.
She's always driving.
Yeah.
I think this knife sheath is it just doesn't belong. It's like one of these things that's not like the other. I don't know. It just.
Right.
It's
I
the
know
scene
exactly
from
what you mean.
Minority Report with the
Yeah.
pictures laid out on the bed. And he says, I've been a homicide detective for 20 years. We call this an orgy of evidence.
Exactly. And Jesse's been saying that for a long time now, because that's exactly what it reminds you of.
Now, the K bar I think was used as the one y'all been showing, that black one, that long black one that's serrated. That one looks more like the right K bar.
Well, there's a possibility, like
two.
Tomboy just said, that there was more than one being used.
Okay.
In my opinion, there was probably 5 different weapons used, but go ahead, Tom.
Oh yeah, but I meant K bar.
Well, at least a minimum of 2 K bars used, because one had the bigger serrations and then one was straight. So
okay,
both clip point.
Exactly. On we go.
Making sure that we provide a case that the Latah County Prosecutor's Office can go forward with. Governor Little, Idaho's governor, full weight of all the resources we have within our state are available to Chief Fry and to his team. Our crime lab is also involved with processing evidence, and our law enforcement throughout the region, state and federal agencies continue to provide resources. From the Idaho State Police's perspective, we provided detectives here from this area, as well as detectives from out of the area, state police detectives, as well as patrol resources and communications assistance as well to provide for Chief Fry and his team. Following this briefing, our communications director from the Idaho State Police, Aaron Snell, if you'd raise your hand, Aaron, he will be the contact for all press media inquiries from here on out. He'll be working closely with Chief Fry and his team. And we have additional, like I said, additional patrol and investigation resources brought to bear here as well. We want to do everything we can to make sure that this is done correctly and that the people that are responsible for this are brought to justice.
Yeah, they brought in the same goofy ass crew
time,
from Bonner's Ferry.
They did what?
They brought in the same jack off crew of ISP from that Drake Moore case in Bonner's
Oh,
Ferry.
with the chiropractor, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to open it up to some questions that I'm sure you have, and we'll do the best we can to answer those for you.
Hello, Chief Ray.
Hello.
Thank you for having us. I'm Amanda Rowley with CREM 2 News. You mentioned that there's an indication that it's an isolated, targeted incident, and there is an individual somewhere. Can you give us a reason as to why there's that belief there is a suspect? Can you also give a little more information on the forced entry? There's no sign of forced entry, but was the door, did it seem like any of the entries were left unlocked by any means?
I'll answer the last part there just because it's at the front end of my mind. We're not 100% sure if the door was unlocked, but there was no damage to anything, and the door was still open when we got there.
That answer made no sense. None.
Yeah, like which
The door
door?
was still open when we got there.
Yeah,
We're
which
not
door?
100%. Hold on a minute.
Okay.
We're not 100% sure if the door was unlocked, but the door was open when we got there. That's the point I was pointing out. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Leah.
It was still open.
Yeah, right.
I was just going to say which door.
So
He
they
didn't
knew the point of
specify.
entry. They knew the point of entry.
Yes, 100%. Absolutely 100%. That first question was a hammer, okay? They dropped the hammer on him right away. And this, you can always tell, at least in my opinion, because he's like a mood ring. His face changes multiple colors when he seems to be frustrated, okay?
Yeah.
It's something he didn't want to answer, in my opinion. That was a very strange answer to that question, I'll be honest with you. So,
The two best news stations from Spokane are CREM 2 and KHQ.
yeah, CREM 2 was on this. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, CREM 2 was on it from the get.
Yeah, and they did a great job with the coverage on this, too. I agree.
And my first question,
Yeah.
if you'd like me to read.
No, I think I haven't. In these cases, we take the totality of the things that we see, and they're very dynamic, right? And they're very big, and there's a lot of information, and we try to take that information, and some of it we can't share with you, correct? But we try to take that information, we try to make the best educated decision we can. We review that as a team with our detectives, along with our prosecutors, along with the university, and we try to make that best decision on that. So we, at that time, believe that there was no a threat, and our goal is to provide safety for this community. That's why we're bringing in the resources we're bringing. We want a close to this, and we want to do everything we can to let the people in our community know that we care, we want them.
Yes, sir.
So Moto mentioned that one of the reporters looked like Kamala Harris. This answer sounds like Kamala Harris in the presidential debates.
Good
He's
point.
saying absolutely nothing. He didn't.
Yeah.
He hasn't said a damn thing. Not one word that actually
I'm
answers
sitting
the
here.
question.
Me too. I'm sitting here trying to understand.
Yeah.
The
Very good
reporter
point,
was-
Jesse.
The reporter was the Today Show that was Hoda Kotb.
That's who asked the question.
No, not in this one. The one that Moto was talking about earlier.
Looked like Kamala Harris.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
But I don't think in any of the press briefings
Oh, come on, guys. We're not being political.
Fry
That's
ever
not
did.
a
I don't
political
think he
opinion.
ever answered a question normally.
Say it again, Tomboy. You're breaking up a little bit. What'd you say?
No, this is not political.
I don't think Fry in all his press briefings ever answered a question.
I agree with you. He just kind of moved him around. You know what I mean? He repositioned the question in different ways is what he did.
He
No, we're-
hawed and would start and stop. Yeah, he never answered a question.
Exactly. Very good point.
To feel safe. We want them to be safe. And we're going to do everything we can to do that.
And if I could add one more question. You asked for videos or anything from the community to help put together that timeline. We obtained a copy of Twitch video, and family members of the Gonsalves family were able to identify Maddie and Kaylee in those videos at a food truck ordering food. Is the police department, our investigators, aware of that video, and has it helped put together that timeline?
We are aware of that video, and it has helped. It gives us a time and space where we know that two of our victims were, and that helps us a ton. And we'll continue to follow up all leads that we can and continue to gather those.
Any indication of a party at the home that night?
And this will be the last one. Okay, I understand. Not that we know of, not at the home. We know that the other, let me get the names exactly right here. We know that Zaina and Ethan were at a different party on campus. But that timeline will still help us if other people know about that.
Thank you.
Chief Wright, John Webb with KHQ. On September 12th, there was a vandal alert that was sent out about a potential stabbing threat on Paradise Path. Does this have any connection with what we've seen so far?
We know of it, but we're following up every lead. Every piece of information we get, we are following up to ensure that nothing has gone unturned. We want to have the individual identified, who is the suspect of this eventually. So we are literally looking into every aspect of everything.
And you guys have said repeatedly that there's no threat to the public, but we don't.
Now, what the reporter was talking about, for those of you that came in after the fact, was God, this is hard to remember the exact details on this one. There was a guy that was seen with a knife. I think he was on a bike, maybe, that supposedly had lunged at somebody or something with the knife. And then, Tomboy, do you remember how that went down? Is she still here, or did she drop out?
No, she dropped down.
She always does that to me.
Sorry.
No, because we had talked. I'm trying to remember.
I might remember
Oh wait,
something about
Tomboy's
that.
in chat.
I see her. Go ahead, Jesse. I'm sorry.
Didn't somebody perhaps see somebody with a knife on the bike trail? Reported that they saw somebody with a knife that they were afraid of.
Yeah. And then supposedly that same person ended up in a car, and the other person jumped out of the car. There's a story. Oh, and here she comes back. That's what I remember from it because it's been so long. Sorry. Welcome back, Tomboy.
Sorry, lost service.
No, it's okay. I know you're driving.
Yeah.
He was interviewed and considered to be a cooperative. Yeah, that's what we were told. But you just gotta wonder, okay? You gotta wonder. Somebody the day of, okay, is seen on the bike path with a knife. if there is a possibility that there was a link there. I've always wondered that in the back of my mind. I'm not saying it is, and I'm not going to push it. I'm just saying it's something I've always wondered about. That's all.
It
Mhm.
wasn't. It wasn't the day of. It was like a week prior.
I thought it was November 12th. There was another
September
instance,
12th.
or September. Maybe it was September 12th. Okay.
Yeah, Lucy is saying September 12th.
Yeah, he
He
threatened
threatened
people.
people.
I saw that. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. What I'm saying is I
Thank you,
remembered
Lucy.
that. Thank you, dear. And he was all in black. So you got to wonder, even then. You got to wonder, even then.
He was
He was
charged?
charged. Okay. College
I didn't
kid.
know that.
I forgot. I forget a lot of it.
I don't remember hearing any of that.
You remember what he just said. The individual.
Yeah. One person.
Yeah, he doubled down after being asked to explain why he's speaking like that. He goes and doubles down again.
Oh,
So
Lucy
they
said he turned
knew at
himself
that
in.
Very good point.
They knew at that point that they were going after one person and one person specifically.
He's almost speaking as if he knows who they're looking for. He's so sure of himself when he says these things.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like they're reading from a journal, folks. Truly and honestly.
Wasn't there incident that like Eric Goward talked about, I think, with some weirdo in a bathroom with a knife or something? He was some kind of tweaker. I don't know.
I
Do you guys remember
do.
that?
I
That
think
was
I
in a
remember.
different town, I believe.
Yeah,
Oh,
wasn't
was
that in
it?
Pullman?
Oh,
Yeah.
was it? Okay.
You got a good memory, Jesse. Damn. I'm impressed with you, sir.
Especially for a
Yeah.
guy that drinks as much wine as I do.
And as much sports that you're into.
I'm usually 3 bottles deep by this time of day.
Well, you still do well with it. That's a good thing. Yeah, I'm remembering these
Yeah.
things as we go along too. Some of this stuff helps to bring it back. So that's another reason why I like to do
Yes.
this. All right. Good points, guys. Great stuff. On we go.
Know who the suspect is. We don't know where he's at. How is there no threat to the public at this point?
Well, that's kind of an unknown. Like I said, we took the information.
I love that too. I'm going to play that one back. That was one of the hard questions that should have been asked and was asked right away because people were pissed about that. Okay. The way that they presented that to the public was just wrong. So,
I agree it was too.
oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Should have never been said.
No.
At this point.
Well, that's kind of an unturned. We
Threat on Paradise Path. Does this have any connection with what we've seen so far?
Not that we know of it, but we're following up every lead. Every piece of information we get, we are following up to ensure that nothing has gone unturned. We want to have the individual identified, who is the suspect of this eventually. So we are literally looking into every aspect of everything.
And you guys have said repeatedly there's no threat to the public, but we don't know who the suspect is. We don't know where he's at. How is there no threat to the public at this point?
Well, that's kind of an unknown. Like I said, we took the information that we had at the time, but we do need to be aware the individual is still out there, right? We need to be vigilant. We need to watch out for our neighbors. We're a community policing community. We've said that.
So with that being said, you should have never said there's no threat to the public because you don't know that answer. You're just basically contorting it like he does, taking the question and flipping it around and throwing it back at him and saying, well, you know, he's not answering it. He never did. Barry, Tomboy, that's a great point to point out because he never really truly answered anything.
I want to say too, if you think about, go ahead.
Go ahead, Tomboy.
He knew it was a targeted attack. He couldn't walk back that original statement because he didn't know how.
Right. The point is he should have never said it to begin with. And he's the chief of flipping police. Why would you make that statement? Okay.
There's no proof. There's no proof that there was no threat to the public. What gave you that idea?
Exactly. But well, here's the reason why I believe this, because they knew at that point what this was going to be, I think. How this was going to go, that it was going to be one person, that it was all going to be under wraps. And that's how they were presenting this, in my opinion. That's why he was saying things the way he was. That's, again, my opinion, but it goes that way very quickly.
And everybody believes everything he says that watches MSN.
But not here, though. You see the
Not here,
reporters.
but the
The reporters
majority.
are doing their job at this
Yeah.
stage of the
For
investigation.
once, yes.
They're pushing back, and this is what you'd expect them to do. This is normal, right? The Fry's language is not normal. In fact, I believe Fry and a lot, they're all trained in how to speak about these matters, and they all know that they should be saying individual or individual, person or persons of interest, occupant or occupants of a vehicle. This is standard language that they receive training to speak this way, so that they don't misspeak and come out and say something that they don't mean. And the fact that he's doubling down on individual and suspect is very telling. And it's also very telling to me that the reporters here are hitting him back and saying what you're saying. They didn't actually use these words, but what they're saying, in my opinion, is everything you're saying doesn't make sense. Please explain why what you're saying doesn't make sense. But this is the last time we see that from any mainstream media reporter. It changes after this.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. They came at him pretty quick and hard in the beginning like this. That's another reason why I'm glad we're watching this. Give me the answer why, Miss Lucy, please.
Yes, because Scott Green's involved.
There is no proof K-Bar was right. Right.
Years, and it's a community that watches out for each other. We need to continue to do that until we can close this off and make an arrest.
Why has there been such limited information over the past couple of days? I mean, we're almost 4 days into this. Why has it been so limited?
Yeah, it's a difficult. We have a lot of information coming in, and we have tried to push out some information through press releases. But the reality is, I probably should have been standing here a day or so ago, but I'm here now. We're going to continue to be here. We're going to continue to give you the information we can. We care about this community. I care about this community. I've worked.
So that comment in itself tells a whole story to me. Okay. The reality of it is, I should have been standing here a day ago. You should have been standing there the day this happened. Okay. But it tells me that I believe it took them this time to put this together. Okay. And he still screwed it up. He still screwed it up. I mean, that's how I believe. I agree with Miss Q. Truly and honestly. It's sad. The whole thing is just sad. It's obvious that right here from the beginning, we can see this was going to be a problem. Okay. We knew here and there. I mean, as we watched this, we were already, all of us here, I remember getting like skeptical, like what is he doing? What is he talking about? How do you say that kind of thing? You don't know the answers to this. You couldn't know this already. That's what we all believed then, if you remember correctly. And here we are now. Just saying.
Hey, Dago, if I can just say something.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. That's why we're here.
So, right here, this is their first open press conference, right?
Yeah.
So you see Scott Green standing there?
Absolutely.
Right? And you see how hard all these reporters, like Jesse was saying, they're peppering him right now. They're relentless.
And that's the thing is the press should have had information, at least a little more information than they had on the evening of the 14th. Okay.
Other than like the mainstream media, journalists after this, how many of these people do you hear from again?
Well, I'm going to show you in the next one that comes, I think the 18th. Eddie probably knows that better than I do, but I think it's the 18th, which is 2 days after this one. And then the press conferences went to like almost Neil. Okay. And it was
because they filtered all the people out through this. They filtered all the people out that are going to give them the hard questions. And most of the people that are here at this point are they're mostly local news.
Yeah, right. And then the national stuff started showing up. Eddie says it's the 20th. Thank you, bud.
I just want to remind everybody that didn't somebody sneak in and pretend to be a reporter and
That's
then
the
that
next.
person
Yeah,
got hit by a car and died or something?
yeah.
Does
That's the
anybody
next.
remember?
Are you serious?
Yes, that is the next one.
Damn, I didn't know that.
She was a TikToker actually, and she came in under a I can't remember what name it was. We'll get to that point at that with the next one, and she popped up and she actually asked hard questions. It was interesting.
It's
Um,
not like anyone gained any information from this. I mean, there's nothing
No,
secret going on here.
it was Destiny.
Destiny Martin?
Yes, that's it. Thank you, Jesse. Destiny Martin.
That was Tomboy, but yeah.
Or okay, yeah. Thank you, Tomboy. Sorry, but that's it right there. Oh, Eddie had it up here too. I see. Yeah, Destiny
Yeah,
Martin.
I didn't know about that. That's freaking wild.
It was very wild. Yeah, she popped up. She was off of TikTok, if I remember correctly, and then yeah, she ended up dying in a car accident or something like that. Not too long after this. It was wild, very weird. Something else within this case that just didn't seem right. And yeah, one of the questions, as you'll find out, Jen is right, was she brought up two questions that I thought were amazing questions to ask, and one was, the thought of ROTC very early on, and then a female perpetrator. Both those two questions to me were like, wow. If you look back from now to then and think about those questions, you're just like, wow.
I think we might need to reinvestigate that car accident, Dago.
I mean, hey, very good point. Very good point. The irony
Let's
of
do
it is, yeah, absolutely. That's why we do these things. Lucy's saying Destiny was killed in a car accident. The semi was hauling new jail cells. The driver was from here in Ohio. Interesting. We may have to look back to it. Who knows? I agree with you guys, because these are the things that you can go back 3 years and find something you missed, didn't think about, didn't look into, and I'll be damned if sometimes it does equal to be something every time. So good point. In fact, I'm noting it, Jesse, so we'll have to look back into that and see what we can pull out of it. Good point, guys. Good point.
Here for 27 years. I want this community to be the safest community around. So
The mayor's called it a crime of passion. Is there any indication that that's true?
we're looking into every aspect of this. I'm not going to stipulate whether it's one thing or another. We're going to continue to investigate until we have the facts, because really it's the facts that will drive what the cause of this is. And as we gather evidence, we'll get that. So.
One last question, if I could, Chief. Have we looked at any boyfriends or any ex-boyfriends, any spouses as a potential suspect?
I will tell you, we're looking at everyone. Every tip we get, every lead we get, there's no one that we're not going to talk to. There's no one we're not going to interview. There's no one that we're not going to look into. And we're going to do our due diligence. We're going to make sure that nothing goes unturned. Do everything we can with the assistance of all the resources we have to get a final answer.
Thanks, Chief.
So there were, sorry, I'm Matt Epperly with this Folks Interview. Hi. So there were other roommates who lived at that residence. Were the roommates home at the time of the attack?
There was other people home at that time, but we're not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
So since they were home, was it a hostage situation?
No, it was not.
And then did,
So I think it's important to discuss these things here real quick. Oh yeah, good point, Jesse. Good point. I'm gonna play that back real fast, guys. Catch what he says if you didn't. Right here.
or other roommates who lived at that residence? Were the roommates home at the time of the attack?
There was other people home at that time, but we're not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
Golly.
Did you get it, Jesse?
Oh,
Man.
that's a ridiculous answer. That is such
It
a ridiculous
is.
answer.
Very much so. Very much so. There was
You
other
wouldn't think
people.
it.
Go
Let,
ahead.
let me rephrase that. Did you find any DNA on the knife sheath? Well,
There you go.
yes, but we're not
Yeah.
just going to focus on that. We're going to focus on other people's DNA that was on the knife sheath.
Yes.
What is he
The way-
talking about?
So unprofessional. This
The
is
way
so
he
unprofessional.
the way he answers things is just it's next level, folks. It really is. It is truly, truly just so strange. And again, it's so much weirder for us now because of what we know now. But thinking about it then, it was kind of like, oh, okay, well, now we're like, what the hell? What did you just
Yeah.
say? Very
And
interesting.
and again, the people, not us, the people that believe MSN are soaking up all this stuff of what Fry's saying.
They always
That's
did.
why it's hard to get through to the guilters.
Now, that's one reason, yes. And the people coming and going. Okay. And he's telling us, and he says it in the other one, I think, that there were many people there that night
Mm-hmm.
as compared to what we have been told by others. So anyway, yeah, that's a good point too. So on we go.
So since they were home, was it a hostage situation?
No, it was not.
And did anybody catch the change in his tone and maybe it's nothing, maybe I'm reading into it, okay? But I'm telling you, the way he answered that, he did it in a different tone and a different level to me with the whole hostage situation thing. So it makes me wonder if he was uncomfortable with that question. That's all.
I definitely heard another tone, a different tone as well.
Oh, clearly. He lowered his tone and answered it softer and quieter, in my opinion.
Yeah, like he wanted to disappear. Like, don't ask me that.
Right.
On everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
So since they were home, was it a hostage situation?
No, it was not.
He hesitated and then completely changed his tone. No, it was not.
He sounds annoying.
Yeah, right. Like, okay, I'm going to lie about this. I'm uncomfortable about it, but here we go. I'm not saying that's true, folks. I'm just telling you it was definitely an odd change.
And then they didn't call it into police, so were they injured?
They were not injured. But like I said, we're still following up with everybody that could have been in that area.
And how can you?
There it is again, okay? So they didn't call it into police. So she's referencing the 8-hour delay. No, it was not, but we're still following up on everybody that was in that area. That has nothing to do with what she asked you, though. You see what I mean? About how he goes out and around questions and he comes back into something else. That's what has always bothered me about him.
Say it's a targeted attack if you don't have a suspect.
Like I said, we take the totality of the situation. We try to make the best bit of information we can with everything that comes in, and then we make our decision off of that. So at this time, I'm not going to expand upon that. But like I've said, we do have it out somewhere, and we are looking for that individual to solve this.
Hi, Rachel Sun, Northwest Public Broadcasting. I just want to clarify something you said earlier. Over the past couple of days, the information that we've been getting is there's not a threat to the public. And earlier I heard you say you can't be assured that there is no threat. I just want to clarify what your stance is on that at this time.
So we still believe it's a targeted attack, but the reality is there's still out there who committed 4 horrible crimes. So I think we got to go back to there is a threat out there still, possibly. We don't know. We don't believe it's going to be to anybody else, but we all have to be aware of our surroundings and make sure that we're watching out for each other.
Look at him backtrack.
Another follow-up. I know you said when the call came in, it was for an unconscious person, and also that was a stabbing. It seems, just from an outside perspective looking in, like that would be not the first thing a person calling in would think.
You're right. But the report that we got was that it was an unconscious individual. It wasn't until our officers arrived on scene, went in to do caregiving check on the individual who was unconscious, that we found the scene that we found.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Heather Roberts with ABC News. Just to follow up on what she asked. So the other two roommates were there at the time of the attack?
All the information that we have from our investigation is that yes, they were.
Okay, but they were unhurt.
That is correct.
So is there any explanation as to why it took so long then for someone to call 911? You have surviving witnesses to an incident at
Here we go.
in the morning, and the 911 call didn't come until noon?
I don't think I ever said that they were witnesses. I said they were there.
What? That's the crazy thing.
Now that was a good one. That was a good one. I don't think I ever said they were witnesses. I said they were there. See, the reporter's good, and he was quick to catch that. If you guys didn't catch it,
Dang.
that was interesting.
They
But if
were
most
witnesses.
people are going to take into effect that if they're in the house when the attack happens, did they witness something? Okay. Wow, interesting stuff, guys.
But this is just what we're witnessing here is the normal reaction that everybody should have when they're told this story.
Right.
And anybody who doesn't react this way is being intellectually dishonest. And a lot of them have been programmed to be intellectually dishonest with themselves
Right.
because of what they see in mainstream media. And they just want to follow the crowd and don't want to admit to themselves that this
Yes,
doesn't
sir.
make sense. And as I say, anybody who can't see that there's something wrong with this, as you can see, everybody in this room is saying this doesn't make sense.
Something's
And that's
wrong.
just a normal,
Yeah.
that's a normal reaction.
Yeah, and this was the third day. These are the reporters that are going, okay, look, we see this for what it is, what you're showing us, but like Jesse said, they're calling it out. Well, this is wrong. That's wrong. What is the deal with this? And the answers are just revolving answers, just going in circles. They're not giving anything good out of this at all, as always. Could you imagine if people knew that then that Brett Payne had the sheets for 8 hours in the early AM hours on the 14th? I hate this case. I agree with you. I hate it too, Lucy. I get it.
I don't hate
Very-
the case.
I
Not
hate the
really.
case.
I'm obsessed.
Well, there's a difference between being obsessed and hating it. I think we're all obsessed, but I hate the case
Yeah.
itself.
Yeah,
It's so just insane. But anyway.
I know.
Oh, did you fall out the window? You fell out the window, Sweet Pea. Welcome back.
The sound went away and I fell so hard, but I'm back.
Welcome back. Good to have it back.
So, we don't know why that call came in at noon and not in the middle of the night. Would have we loved that to have happened? Yes, but that's not how it took place. So that's why we're investigating everything still to try to pull all the pieces together.
Were they one of the people, were they the 911 caller?
At this point in time, I'm not going to divulge who our 911 caller is, just because I want to keep the integrity of the investigation at this point. Okay.
Okay. And
He made it more suspicious right there.
Well, again, tell me why we couldn't know that then. I mean, other than the fact that the 911 call is a joke, but why is it a big deal to say one of the roommates made the 911 call at that point? Anybody have a reason or an idea?
No reason.
Mm-mm.
None that
The
I can
same
find.
reason all the documents are still kept secret as of today. Like,
Yeah. Right. I agree with that.
Which one of the roommates? Well, both of them actually were in on the phone call, right?
Bethany's the one that initiated the call.
And then
And there was
Justin
like
Maloney.
5 people on there, right? Did it end up being like everybody that was there basically on that call?
Yeah, they passed it around to the whole circle of people right there.
If you think about it, it seems to me that that was the way that the call was placed for an unresponsive person, so that the responding officers show up and they're not prepared and they don't have their body. They're not coming into a scene where they're prepared to document everything and be on the ball with everything, which is exactly what somebody who's trying to cover something up would want.
Right.
The fact that none of them would stay on the phone for more than 10 seconds and they were passing it around, so nobody has to commit to their own personal story and get caught
True.
out. It sounds rather organized. It sounds like something that if you were planning how to deal with it, a shit sandwich like this, if you like, if you're taking a legal advice from somebody as a strategy, this is what you would do. And I think that's why he can't answer it, because if he starts answering it, whose name is he going to give?
Exactly.
Is he going to say, well, a crowd, there was a crowd of college kids that all spoke on the 911 call, and they were all present. So it's not just two roommates that weren't hostages and might not be witnesses. It's 30 kids in the driveway. I don't know if about 30, but a dozen kids in the driveway that were also not hostages and not harmed and not witnesses.
Exactly.
I like the fact that Green's standing there staring everybody down too as they're asking the questions.
Oh yeah, he was involved in every aspect of this and never should have been. It's not his business. That's like I said before. That would be like a murder happening down the road and me and you driving down there and jumping in the middle of what's going on. That's not his place. In the very beginning, sure, you can make your statement and move along. You don't need to be involved in every update that they get. That's not your business, in my opinion, of course. But I fully feel that way. Kawanda says 100% on target, Jesse, and thank you for that, Kawanda. I appreciate you, dear.
Yeah,
And
Scott Green had
usually-
no right getting in the middle of all of this.
And he was involved in every bit of every single update and meeting that they had. He pushed himself into the middle of these. There's no reason for that. So you got to ask yourself why. Okay, that's truly what you got to know is why.
And usually in the beginning of a news story, the first thing they throw out there is the 911 call.
Well, in the beginning,
It's
yeah.
usually the beginning of the story.
Well, that's typically how it would go on a normal basis, but this is upside down and inside out.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
unfortunately.
We can get an idea from this press conference, though, that they had a plan right from the beginning to spin a bullshit story and not be honest. You know, this was never intended to be an honest investigation, and it becomes even more clear just seeing the way he's answering these questions, dodging these questions. Yeah.
I fully agree, and I believe that he was contacted at some point that morning. I believe there was phone calls made out of the home by whoever to somebody else within the university. They in turn contacted him, and the ball rolled from there forward. Is what my opinion is. I'll just say that.
I honestly think the script and the narrative was written minutes before Bill and Ashley Jennings left that crime scene.
True. That's probably true.
Very good point, Moto. Very good
Did
point.
Fry ever show up there that night? I mean, I heard he was hunting 4 hours away.
Yeah, he showed up. He was on the phone with Payne twice in a body cam that I saw, and he was on his way
I
heading
never
that way.
saw him. Ooh, I'd like to see that body cam.
No, I mean on the phone. He was talking to Payne on
okay,
the phone,
okay.
heading in that direction.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Last question. Are you able to tell whether the same weapon was used on all 4 victims?
You know, that's why we're having the autopsies done. The autopsy will confirm that and hopefully collect some evidence for us, even from those. That's why you do the autopsies, is to try to be thorough and try to gather more. So we'll leave that would probably be something that would come out later.
Excuse me, Derek Shug, Fox News Digital. Was there anything missing in the home, or were the purses still there? Any robbery attempt, anything like that?
Nothing that we have identified.
So why did he get charged burglary?
Hi, I'm Tim with the Daily Evergreen. I was just wondering, were the 2 other individuals present at the home when police responded at noon?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Chief, if you don't mind elaborating a bit more on those 2 people. What was it? 2 people? What?
I'm gonna let this play. I got to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Have those people shared about the circumstances of that night, what they saw or didn't see?
Well, I'm not going to go into what they shared that night. Obviously, that's part of our investigation. That's part of the information that we're trying to build our complete story with. So at that, as far as that goes, we're not going to go any further into what they know and what they don't know.
How many were there?
We believe 2.
Have you looked into the social media accounts of all the different victims
We understand that one may have had an account linked to her Instagram account. Have you looked into those accounts? Have you seen any sort of threats made to any of the individuals?
So we are looking at all resources. We got, like I said, the Federal Bureau of Investigation helping us. We got our detectives, our forensic detectives looking into that. We're trying to pull this whole picture. We're looking at everything that we can look at, social media, etc. So to answer your question, yes, we are. Were the victims all found in one part of the house? I'm not going to divulge that either. That's part of our investigation. And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and close this off. But if you have any questions for the university, we'll open that up at this point in time.
Yeah, he wants to close it down.
I had a chance to ask a question. Yes, over here.
Oh, okay, thanks. Actually, I had a question for the chief, so I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm going to pass it.
Okay. What is the university doing to make their students feel safe?
Yeah, great question. At this time, I think I'll turn this over to Blaine, who's been dealing directly with our students and dealing with those that truly still feel unsafe despite some of the assurances and things that we're doing. Blaine?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. A question of safety is on everyone's mind right now. We have increased campus safety patrols. Our executive director of campus safety and security, Jake Nichols, is out of the way actually here, and so I'm sure he'd be able to answer some of those questions. We have a campus safety escort where students can call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to arrange for a security escort to be escorted across campus during the day or night. It doesn't matter at any point in time. We're also providing resources to students to help them navigate through this from an emotional standpoint. We've had drop-in counseling that has been utilized both in our counseling center as well as the student union building. And we're also supporting students, like President Green indicated, that if they want to leave and go home now, they absolutely can. We're going to support them in doing so. Many students have questions about their academics and whatnot, but this is a very dynamic, fluid situation, and we want to make sure we're supporting students and their families to get through this the way that they need to.
Yeah, absolutely. Washington State University is about 8 miles that way. What would you suggest that Wazoo does to make their students feel safe if they're unsafe?
Communication and encouraging students to reach out and use resources. That's a fantastic campus. I talked to their Dean of Students office yesterday, and they are mobilizing their support resources. All campuses have supports in place. Students just...
So that's an interesting piece of information. Last we were told was that Payne was hired by the college, University of Idaho, to do whatever he was doing there. And now it's showing that as of May 5th, he was hired as a part-time investigator with Latah County Prosecutor's Office.
Oh boy.
Isn't that interesting?
Wow.
Oh, buddy. I'd love to see that document, hanky panky. If you have that, if you'd be interested in emailing that, just so I can read that, that'd be interesting as all hell to see that. Wow. Working for Bill. Surprise.
He's like, I'll lie for you, whatever you need.
Wonder if he was the SRO over at U of I. Could be. Could be. Good point, Kathy. Good point. Good job there, hanky panky. Good job. Thank you very much.
Need to make sure they're leaning in and reaching out to it. And many times students don't, but we encourage that. Absolutely.
Hi, this is Hadia Thark with the Argonaut. This may be a question for Scott Green or Blaine Eccles. So with the decision to cancel classes on Monday, while I understand the university is trying to remain flexible for students, why has class not been canceled for the remainder of the week?
Well, because a number of our students still want to go to class. They gain comfort in being around their other students. They gain comfort from interacting and staying busy with their faculty and attending classes, labs. Some are working on their semester projects. So we've heard from them. At the same time, we want to provide the ability for any student who did not feel comfortable staying around, who did not want who was unable to process that way, that they had that opportunity to go, and we've been helping them as well. All these absences are excused. We've asked our faculty to work with those students who chose to go, so we felt this was the best way, to respond, to give as much flexibility as we could to our students and our faculty to help manage the situation. And frankly, I think they've done a very, very good job.
Is the university working with the parents or the families of the victims? Are you in touch with them?
They are. I'll turn that back over to Blaine. I know he's been we both have been in contact with the families, but he's been very close to it. And so, Blaine, you want to take that question?
Absolutely. You know, one of the hardest jobs I have is talking to parents of students who have died. It's the absolute worst part of my job. And so I've reached out and made contact with all the families. We've offered our support, and we're going to stay in constant contact with them. I communicated with them almost every day. We usually give it a little space and time before we reach out, just for the sheer shock of absorbing the loss of a child and what that looks like. But we're going to stay in support of them moving forward for the weeks and months to come, and in whatever capacity they need.
We've talked to a few of them, and they've expressed some frustration with the lack of communication from investigators and from the officials involved on that side of it. Has the university heard that from them? How are you working with them to help kind of close that communication gap?
Sure. I do know that Captain Barrett from the Moscow Police Department is also in constant contact with them. He reaches out to them on a regular basis. From that standpoint, I think it's safe to say everyone, the families most of all, want information, and they want justice. And I can't do anything but honor what their needs are and what they are. Whenever I hear a concern from the family members about what's going on, I definitely make sure I communicate that to the Moscow Police Department. They're very busy. They're working, the men and women of this department are working really hard on their behalf and on our community's behalf. But if I can be a conduit to share information, we're absolutely going to do that.
Has there been any update on the candlelight vigil that is postponed until after the break?
I believe it's November 30th.
November 30th.
November
What time?
We're looking at 5 or 5:30. We're trying to finalize. Well,
Yeah.
There was a candlelight vigil that was originally scheduled tonight, but because of the volume of students who have left, we want to make sure we're creating a space where they can participate. We don't want someone driving back during this time to do that. So we have rescheduled to November 30th. We haven't finalized the time. We will definitely be sharing that out to our students in our community and the larger community. We're just finalizing some details. We're going to communicate that with the families as well. It'll be on campus. We haven't figured out the location yet because we're going to be monitoring what the weather looks like. We anticipate a large amount of individuals. That being said, we also have two communities that are just providing beautiful support. There's a candlelight vigil in Boise tonight in honor of our lost students. And there's also a candlelight vigil tonight in Coeur d'Alene. And I say nothing but thank you and for the love and support from those communities that are supporting us. And we've seen that support come across the country and around the world for the University of Idaho and these families. And so it's a beautiful thing.
President Green, could you talk a little bit about the vandal alert that involved the knife and how the university handled it and what you found in that case?
Yeah, so basically we were just responding to the information that we had from the Moscow Police Department at that time. We have an incident response team. We gathered Sunday as we were notified by the Moscow Police Department that there had been a crime committed. At the time, we weren't sure if they were students or not, and we wanted to provide help to the Moscow Police Department, and we think we were able to do that successfully to help them, identify those students and contact their relatives. So, beyond that, it was just trying to understand.
That's not the question he asked him, by the way. Listen to his question again. 1 minute.
That there had been a crime committed. At the time, we weren't.
Tonight in Coeur d'Alene, and I say nothing but thank you, University of Idaho and these families. And so it's a beautiful thing.
President Green, could you talk a little bit about the vandal alert that involved the knife and how the university handled it and what you found?
The vandal alert that involved the knife. He's talking about that other thing the other reporter was talking about with the other person on the path with the knife. Green is talking about this situation. He's not talking about that. Thank you, SRB.
And in that case?
Yeah, so basically we were just responding to the information that we had from the Moscow Police Department at that time. We have an incident response team. We gathered Sunday as we were notified by the Moscow Police Department that there had been a crime committed. At the time, we weren't sure if they were students or not, and we wanted to provide help to the Moscow Police Department, and we think we were able to do that successfully to help them, identify those students and contact their relatives. So, Beyond that, it was just trying to understand what the assessment was of the risk to the campus. And we relied on our subject matter experts, as you've heard. They know more than any of us about this. And then based on that, we started making decisions about, how to move forward this week.
Yeah, and so what were those decisions around that initial alert? What was the conclusion you had at that point about the level of risk?
Well, of course, your first, on the first vandal alert, it was high risk. We had really no information, and we asked our students to shelter in place, and until we got the all clear, from, well, it wasn't all clear, but reduced risk where we could where students could start to move around more freely. We had people sheltering in places like the library, and the Pittman Center and places around campus. And we didn't want to keep them there all night if we didn't have to. And so as soon as Moscow Police Department determined that it was safe for them to begin moving around but be vigilant, we sent the other vandal alerts.
Yeah, my apologies. I was referring to the earlier vandal alert involving the threatening with the knife that happened in September.
Yeah, you want to respond to that? Thank you, Blaine.
There we go.
So, vandal alert. We had a group of students walking back to Greek Row from a location off campus. They encountered an individual who was not affiliated with the university. They got into, from my understanding, a verbal altercation, and he ended up flashing a knife at them. It was not a stabbing. It was not a stabbing attack. It was a threat, to the best that we know. We sent out a vandal alert warning the individuals of our campus community at that time. I don't have the specific date, but it's out there from that aspect of it. And it's my understanding that individual then later turned himself into law enforcement, and they've addressed what that happens.
So it's not connected in any way to this.
That's a question for law enforcement.
You know who he is.
I know about the incident. I don't know the individual because he's not affiliated with the university. So my understanding, he turned himself into law enforcement. So I can't answer the question of whether he's connected with this or not.
We want to thank you again for coming. That's going to be all the questions we take at this time. We appreciate you coming and spending time with us, and we will continue.
My question is why would that guy turn himself into the university instead of MPD? That's what I didn't understand, but okay. Thank you, sweet pea.
If I may, I have so many things to say.
No, go for it, buddy. That's why you're up here.
First of all, I guess first of all, I'll start at, so this guy was saying that he wants the students to leave the campus. There's a murder that just happened. Do you not think those students that have just left have valuable knowledge about the incident that has just taken place? Why do you want these people to come back so you can get information? You don't want these people to run away so you can't talk to them.
That was a huge question way back then.
Like, it grinds my gears. It's just fucking.
I agree with you. I do agree. They should have had everybody locked down. Hold on. They should have had everybody locked down. Everybody should have been like anybody and everybody that was anywhere near that house that night, as Fry claimed to say that they're checking everybody out, should have been locked down, tested, swabbed, talked to, all of that before anybody was able to leave. Period. But that's not how they did this.
Not just the people that were around their residence, the people that had class with Kaylee, that had class with Maddie, that had class with Janet and Ethan.
Very
not
much
just the sororities and the frats, because those aren't the only people that interacted with all of these folks. When you go to class, you go to a class with, 60 different people. They're not all from your sorority. They're not all part of a sorority.
Sure. I agree with you.
Like they literally kept the questioning for sorority members only.
Very good.
I just want to remind everybody that Dave told us about a Snapchat thread that had about 70 people on it that were all talking about dead college kids in that house at about 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. That's a very good point.
So when you bring up the kids that shouldn't be leaving and the kids should be forced to answer some questions, there's 70 of them for you right there, give or take a few.
And yeah, I'm not arguing that at all, Jesse. And you're absolutely right. And the simple fact that this counselor is saying, "Go home to your parents. Go, just get the hell away from here." Right there,
Yeah.
it's screaming. A narrative has already taken place. We're not actually searching for an answer. We're not looking for anything here, people. The show's over.
That's a good point. That is a good point, sir. I agree with you on that. Absolutely. Very much. I think this is the end of this one.
Continue to put out information as we have time. And we want to reassure the community that the Moscow Police Department and everybody working will do everything we can. We love this community. We've a lot of us have went to the University of Idaho, and we are vandals. And
Thank you, Sweet Pea, for joining us. We'll see you soon, dear, I hope. There you go. All right.
and we will do everything we can to solve this.
And that was the first press conference on the 16th. What a disaster. What a disaster. Yeah, that was that one. Hold on a minute here. And then let me see something here real quick. Now, the next thing, nope. 1 minute. I believe the next one, it was interesting because the next one, Fry didn't speak on that one right out of the gate. It was Captain Lanier, which I thought was wild. 1 minute. I'm sorry.
I just
1
want to say
minute.
congratulations to Scully for having a baby.
Huh?
Never mind. Don't worry about it. Don't even think about it.
No worries.
Crud dog. The reason 90% of them use public defenders is probably because the people that get involved in murders usually don't have a lot of money.
Yeah,
a lot
that's
of
a good point.
a lot of crimes involve a lack of money, and that's the motive in the first place. Lucy, I think Kara has gone through a complete change in her life, and anything she said in the past when she was doing interviews with people, I think she's changed all her opinions, and I think she wants to be more of a mainstream person now, and that's just my opinion or the impression that I get. So while she at one point said she didn't trust the investigation, I would expect that she's not willing to say things like that anymore based on what
Well,
I've noticed.
yeah, if that's the case, that makes you wonder why, Jesse. You know what I mean? What brought you to change your mind at that point? That's
Me?
what my question. No, her. That's what my question would be. Is what brought you to change your feelings and your theories on that at that point?
I can answer that. She was a person who was involved in, drugs and her social network at that time was a certain group of people, and she was involved in certain things, and the kind of people where skepticism of authority and the police is normal and welcome in those circles. And then she was born again into a conservative Christian organization, improved her life, which is obviously good for her, and happy to see her do that and get off drugs. But along with that, those kind of that kind of social structure doesn't embrace criticism of authority and establishment the same way. And I think it maybe is to go along to get along. You can't be
Sure.
kick rock. And this is just pure speculation. I don't know this to be a fact. This is just my opinion.
Your opinion, yeah.
I think I have established I'm pretty good at guessing though.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. It does. I could understand. I could see it. Truly, I could. But there definitely was a difference of opinion way back when we had interviewed her. Well, I wasn't really interviewing. I was behind the scenes on that one. Jules and somebody else interviewed her, and it seemed to be she was in a completely different place and direction with it. So completely understood.
Yeah, I felt very uncomfortable during that. I don't know that I actually was even on panel, but I was asked to be part of it, and I kind of protested and said, why do you want me there?
That's why I didn't even want to do the panel with it. I stayed in the chat and kind of moderated the chat and stuff in the background. I was not comfortable with it at all.
I thought it was a very uncomfortable thing.
Sorry, Jesse.
Go ahead.
I said I think it'd be pretty interesting to have someone like Xana's mother.
Yeah.
On that now. I'd be completely done with it.
I would love to talk to her, but after the experience she had with the one channel, I don't know that we could ever get her on anybody's panel at this point, and I'd be interested to hear her thoughts. And then again,
what channel was that though? Remind me.
It was Jules.
Channel that will not be talked about.
Yeah, I don't really like to bring her name up, but I can't remember the actual name of the channel at this point, to be honest with you.
I remember the name if you want me to say it.
You can do it. That's fine. I don't mind. I just couldn't remember it.
Crime Sleuthin'.
That was the channel. Yes, that was the channel. And it just turned out to be a whole big mess. It was bad. I felt bad for Kara with that. So
did they attack her? Is that what happened?
No. Crime Sleuthin' was there was I don't even want. I'm not going to talk about it. But my point was, she just wasn't in the right frame of mind, or she really shouldn't have been on a panel doing any speaking at that point. She needed to, her life was still in turmoil, and she wasn't in the state of mind to be answering questions and I think part of it was she was offered some kind of financial, the carrot was financial incentive. And that was, again, something that I'm not comfortable with, didn't want to participate in. I was coaxed into being there. I don't know if I think I might have just, I think originally was supposed to be on the panel, didn't want to be, and just stayed in the chat and never did go on, but I was there for it. I was, in the back end of StreamYard and everything, and not wanting to be there at all, and would never go back and would never do it again.
Yeah. And I went up at the very end. Like I said, I moderated the chat, and just listened for the most part. And I was throwing questions up and down, and I went up towards the end of it, and I just thanked her for being there and let her know that we all supported her. Of course, gave her my condolences for her loss and let her know that we were all supporting her throughout the entire community. And she thanked me and was very appreciative. And then I jumped right back down and went back to what I was doing. And it was just the whole thing was not comfortable. The only thing I was trustworthy and comfortable with was Jules, keeping it level and trying to keep it square. And she did a good job of it. But the other side of it was a disaster, folks, truly and honestly. And it's something I would never want to go through in that aspect again like that. I agree with Jesse with that.
Was it Coffined offer that pretty much sold her out to the cops there? Like when she essentially possibly, I don't know how this went down, but remember News Nation called her up and got her to do a voice call.
Yeah, I had heard that theory and that story. I don't know if it's true or not, Moto, but that's how I had heard it.
Yeah, and then apparently after that she was detained very shortly afterwards.
That's what I heard. Yeah. I don't know, and I wouldn't doubt it. And
at that point, when that conversation was taking place, Kara was saying that this was somebody that was close to the kids.
The the same exact thing that Christy Gonzalez said. Same exact word.
She also started talking about a fight at the frats as well. That whole theory about the fight at the frats, I think, sort of started with Kara in that interview, perhaps.
And
it
then
definitely was talked about. Yeah.
I think it's kind of ironic, or I mean, how do you say? It's just a giant coincidence that's when she was detained, and then after she was detained and she came back out, she wasn't necessarily on the same not side, but she didn't have the same sort of opinion afterwards.
She was asking questions that other people don't do. And then, like Jesse said, some things must have happened, and here we are again. Same boat. You know what I mean? So, absolutely, very much a good point, sir. As always. So this next one this was just November 20th. Now, what's the difference in this one? And this is the interesting one between 4 days. 4 days. What's the difference here?
My name is Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. The last spelling of my name is F-R-Y. I'd like to introduce Moscow Police Captain Roger
Thank you,
Lanier,
Saber.
Colonel Kedrick Wells of the Idaho State Police, University of Idaho President Scott Green, Dean of Students for the University of Idaho, Blaine Eccles, and Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson. This incident has shaken our community, has continued to shake our community, and we continue to mourn for the victims. We will continue to vigorously pursue the investigation and pursue justice in this case. It is a complex and terrible crime, and it will take some time to resolve. Today, we want to clarify what we know and where we're at in this investigation. Our primary goal is public safety and to get a completion of this case and bring someone to justice. We continue to dedicate all the resources to this investigation. We've had 646 tips received, and all will be processed, vetted, investigated, and cleared. We've done over 90 interviews in this case so far, and the Moscow Police Department is utilizing the assistance from the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and Latah County Sheriff's Office. The personnel that has been assigned to this from the Moscow Police Department is 4 detectives, 24 officers, and 5 support staff. Federal Bureau of Investigators, we have 22 investigators in Moscow, 20 additional are assigned and located in the Treasure Valley, Salt Lake City, Utah, and West Virginia. We have 2 behavior analysis individuals from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. For the Idaho State Police, we have 20 investigators, a public information officer, ISP forensic services, and a crime scene team. We have 15 uniformed troopers to assist our community to help provide the additional resources for our patrols. Detectives are looking to develop any content that would help us in this event. Anyone who has observed any notable behavior or has any video surveillance or can provide relevant information about these murders, please call our tip line at 208-883-7180. Or you can email the tip line and that is tipline@ci.moscow.id.us. At this time, I would like to introduce Captain Lanier to give you some additional information.
Good afternoon. My name is Roger Lanier. I'm a captain over the operations division for the Moscow Police Department. My last name is spelled L-A-N-I-E.
For those of you that came in later or didn't know, this is the gentleman that took early retirement right when the investigation kicked into high gear, he was gone. Poof, out the door. I question that for different reasons. He was going to take retirement. My understanding was, but and maybe unless I heard it wrong, he did it early for whatever reason. Like almost like he knew something was wrong and said, "Bye, I'm out."
ER. I just want to first state that this tragic murder has shaken the community. It's been very hard for members of the community, and it's been equally difficult for our officers and for the investigators. We will continue to put all of our resources towards investigating and bringing this to a resolution. Here's what we've determined so far. On the evening of November 12th, Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Morgan were at a local bar and were later at a food truck in downtown Moscow. They arrived home at approximately 1:45 a.m. on the morning of November 13th. Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle were at the Sigma Chi house before also arriving home at approximately 1:45 a.m. Two surviving roommates were also out in the community, and they returned home at approximately 1 a.m. and did not wake up until later that morning.
How many lies have we heard so far from Captain Lanier? Anybody? Or Lanier? Well, we know that Ethan and Xana were not home at 1:45. Kaylee and Maddie came home at 1:56. And the two roommates, one, they were home at 1 a.m. So this is the time frame they started with here already. And we know it's different. 1.3 billion lies. Bianca is right. I love it, Bianca. But right there at the gate, guys, straight out of the, and we know that these aren't true. They know that they're not true either. They're just giving you these times, creating a narrative right here. So I just want to point that out.
On the morning of November 13th at 11:58 a.m., a 911 call was placed to the Whitcomb Dispatch Center reporting an unconscious person. The call originated from inside the residence and was made from the phone of one of the surviving roommates. Moscow Police Department officers responded and located 4 victims, 2 on the 2nd floor and 2 on the 3rd floor. The Latah County coroner has conducted autopsies, and detectives have been provided with the results of those autopsies. We know that the autopsies confirmed the identity of the 4 victims, determined the cause and manner of death as homicide by stabbing, and determined that it was likely all 4 victims were asleep during the attack. Some of the victims had defensive wounds, and each victim was stabbed multiple times. There was no sign of sexual assault. Investigators have determined 2 areas of interest within the city and have provided maps which are on our Facebook page and on our website. And these are areas that they have canvassed for additional surveillance video and tips, and have contacted several residents in the areas. The areas are generally south of Taylor Avenue to Palouse River Drive and west of Highway 95. Detectives have also canvassed several other neighborhoods looking for evidence, looking for additional surveillance video, and contacting residents and speaking to them to see if they may have heard or seen something. I want to address several areas of speculation, conjecture, and misinformation that has circulated on social media platforms and otherwise. We do not believe the following individuals are involved in this crime: the 2 surviving roommates, a male seen at the grub truck food vendor downtown, specifically wearing a white hoodie, a private party who provided rides home to Kaylee, and Madison in the early morning hour of November 13th. Additionally, the identity of the 911 caller and the 911 call have not been released. So any information out there is speculation about that. Investigators are aware that multiple phone calls from Madison and Kaylee's phone were made to a male subject. Any online reports stating that the victims had been tied and gagged are not accurate. Detectives seized the contents of 3 dumpsters on King Road and searched those dumpsters in an effort to find additional evidence, but nothing of note was discovered. Early in the investigation, local businesses were canvassed in an effort to see if any fixed blade type knives may have recently been purchased. And currently, there are no suspects in custody, and we have not located a weapon. I want to assure you that every investigator involved will continue to put all of their resources and all of our partner agencies' resources into continuing this investigation. We do appreciate the community's support. We understand how stressful it is, and we will continue to work through this situation. At this time, I would like to turn the mic over to Colonel Wills from the Idaho State Police.
Thank you, Captain. My name is Kedrick Wills, KEDRICKWILLS, and I serve as the Director of the Idaho State Police. And I appreciate your attendance this afternoon as we talk about this horrific, horrific crime. The murders of Ethan, Xana, Madison, and Kaylee are a tragic loss to all of us. Nothing we can do will bring back these young lives. But we have an absolute commitment to working together to solve these senseless murders. And the way that we know how to do that is partnerships. And our partnership with the Moscow Police Department, with the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the University of Idaho to bring this issue to a conclusion and bring this to justice is absolute. We continue with Idaho State Police resources here on the ground in Moscow and throughout Idaho. Whatever the needs are, that's what we want to do. And the chief spoke about the Idaho State Police resources that are here, and he spoke about patrol resources. And we have those uniformed troopers here in Moscow and on the campus of the University of Idaho to help people to feel safe and to provide that security to the people that are here, both in the student body as well as in the community at large. And we will continue to do that as long as is necessary throughout this time. In addition, that's in addition to our forensics team that was here, in addition to our investigative team and all the other state police resources. We know that people want answers. We want answers too. As was already mentioned, this is really, really difficult for those investigators, those dedicated professionals who are investigating this crime. And a lot of people have expressed their desire to help. And the best thing that most of people can do to help is to stop with any kind of rumors and just seek official information that comes out of the Moscow Police Department. Anything that we have that we can share from a law enforcement perspective, we will be sharing just as soon as we can, because that's how we think that we can get this to conclusion. Please rely on us.
Don't say anything that we didn't tell you to say, because we're trying to create a narrative here and we want to keep it that way. So just stick to it, guys. That's what he just said.
Official sources of information, and please be patient. I understand that everybody wishes that this was solved already, but these things take time. It takes time to work through. You heard the stats of all the tips and everything, the interviews and everything that's been done. This takes time for our investigators to work through. So please be patient as we work through this investigation. We owe this to these young kids, to these young adults. We owe it to them. And we are absolutely dedicated to make sure that that happens. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to introduce the University of Idaho President Scott Green.
Scott Green, President, University of Idaho. Last name spelled Green, like the color. First, we continue to extend our heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of the victims. As stated earlier, we want justice and appreciate the increased resources from the Idaho State Police and FBI that have been brought to bear on this crime. We fully appreciate and share the frustration of our students, employees, parents, and community members who continue to push for answers. While we wait for answers in the investigation, we've ramped up our security safety practices and are listening to students and supporting them in any way possible. The University of Idaho's primary focus now is on supporting our students and working to meet their varied needs. The police continue to inform us that they believe this was a targeted attack, but we recognize this is not good enough for some of our students who will want to complete their semester remotely until the person who committed the crime is in custody. We are also hearing that some students want to be back on campus and in Moscow because they gain comfort from the structure of classes and being with their friends and professors. All reactions and feelings are valid, and we all process these tragedies differently. We're asking instructors to plan for both sets of students as we finish the semester. We will be communicating decisions early this week so that families can discuss and plan their individual response over the Thanksgiving break. We learned a lot during COVID, and we have many course delivery options our faculty can deploy to meet student needs. Student and employee safety remain our priority. We have increased security patrols on campus since we were notified of this off-campus incident. We have also benefited from increased Idaho State Police presence on our campus, which we are grateful for. They have been a very visible force, and they will continue this dedicated presence on our campus into the foreseeable future. Importantly, they have also assigned resources to the community since this crime occurred off campus. In addition to the campus-wide precautions being taken, we offer the following safety and security features in our residence halls. We will continue our Safe Walk, available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. All residence halls are locked 24 hours a day and only accessible by students that live in the building. All guests must be accompanied by a resident of the building. Each residential community has a dedicated resident assistant staff and a live-in full-time resident director to help ensure a safe environment. Every evening, there are resident assistants that are on duty to perform safety and security rounds in their area, including during fall break. Housing and Resident Life always has at least 2 full-time staff members that are on call to provide support and emergency response 24 hours a day, including over the fall break. And our Learning Center Information Desk Living and Learning Center Information Desk is open 24 hours a day and will be open all of fall break for our students' needs. While we certainly hope there is a swift closure with the arrest of whoever is responsible for this crime, we must also be prepared for all the possibilities, including a lengthy investigation. We must balance safety concerns and the need to grieve, along with the long-term needs of our students and our employees. We're making security our top priority. We are also planning for the very real possibility that some students aren't comfortable returning to campus. We will do our best to meet the needs of all students. Our faculty is working hard over the break to consider alternative delivery methods. We'll also continue making counseling services available for all our students and employees as we process our grief. The care and concern for our Vandal family is our primary role, and we take that very seriously. We are a Vandal family. Nothing means more to us than family. And I'd also like to just thank all those for the great outpouring of support we've received from the nation. It's been incredible time, and all those who stand in solidarity with us, just know it means a great deal to us. Thank you.
So we're going to open it up at this time to about 8 to 10 questions. We ask that only one question is asked per person, please. And I would also like to just see if there's an Argonaut reporter here. I think it's only fair to give our student reporter the first shot.
Speak up if you're in the room, if you're from the Argonaut.
Are you from the University of Idaho Argonaut? Is anybody from the University of Idaho Argonaut? Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Ted Williams, Fox News. You all have said that these killings are targeted. Can you share with us why you believe they are targeted killings? And do you know who, if any, of the victims were the actual targets of the killings?
As we stated earlier in the previous press release, or press conference, we believe they're targeted because we take a totality of all the circumstances that we're looking at. Do we know any one person that it was targeted? We're not able to say at this point in time due to our investigation, but we still believe that. But we, like I said, we take a totality of everything that we're looking at.
Chief Glenn Mosley, Idaho Public Radio here in Moscow. On the resources, do you have the resources that you need?
We do have the resources. It is an incredible outpouring of what we receive from the Idaho State Police and from the Federal Bureau of Investigations and Latah County. Anything we ask for is given. So at any time, if we need additional, all I have to do is call the colonel, and he will provide that. He's already guaranteed me that.
It's amazing how many resources you get when you just want to cover things up.
Agreed. Agreed.
Hi, Emma Epperly from the Spokesman Review. I know you've said you're not going to release who the 911 caller was, but was the killer the 911 caller?
I will tell you no.
I don't think he can say that.
I was thinking the exact same thing, Jesse.
Yeah, at that point, no, he shouldn't have been able to say that. So,
Well, let's see. How many people were on the phone during the 911 call, and they were all found at the crime scene where the bodies were found?
that's just another point to tell you. Now, this date is November 20th. Okay. At this date, he shouldn't have been able to say that, but he said it obviously because at that point they knew that it wasn't going to be any of those people, in my opinion.
They've already decided that those
Basically,
people
yeah.
are out of bounds.
Yes. Yeah. Well, that's what Lanier just said. It wasn't this one. It wasn't the two roommates. It wasn't that person. It wasn't this, and this. Boom. You know what I mean? So yes.
Lanier laid out a path for it to be Jack DeCoeur because he said Kaylee and Maddie's phones connected to a male individual, and he didn't name him, but he was throwing Jack DeCoeur under the bus there.
That is exactly where they were headed with it until they came to their guy. That as Ann said that this was Bryan. You know what I mean? This was, and I've said this was always going to be Bryan. Welcome, Aaron. Mackenzie Ray, good to see you. Let's see. Anybody else that may have popped in here? If I missed you, Aaron's number 1 cent or 1 cent. I'm sorry. SB, Meanie, Agape, musical Contessa, Kristen Weigert, Miss Kristen from I believe Custody Queen's in the house. Good to see you, Miss Kristen. Thank you for joining us. Crud Dog, Cruddy, good to see you. Carolyn Prestage, good to have you here. And of course, the beautiful Miss Bianca joining us today. I think I got everybody. If I didn't, I will catch up with you guys. It's great to see you today, and thank you so much for joining us as we go back into time.
Actually, if we could just go to this one first. So what I'll say to that is it was made from the roommate's call or phone, excuse me. And we're not going to divulge who made that call it's part of our investigation still. And when we get ready to release that, we will.
As I always said with Fry, you could kind of tell, in my opinion, what questions he was nervous with or didn't like. He's like a mood ring, folks. His face changed colors, and I don't know if it was because he was stressed, embarrassed, worried, upset. I don't know, but it just seemed like certain questions made him change colors. It was crazy to me. Miss Kiki, good to see you as well.
Hi, Christina Corbin with Fox News. The male subject whom the women called, has he been ruled out as a suspect or person of interest?
Everything that we have taken from those calls, we have followed up on, we've cleared, And we believe that there's no connection there.
I do, Lucy. That was crazy.
Schwartz, NBC News. Just following up on the 911 call, you said that you don't believe that's the killer. Can you conclusively rule out the person that called 911 from inside the home as a suspect in this case?
Can you go ahead and just ask that one more time, please?
The person that was inside the home that called 911 that was not one of the roommates. Can you conclusively rule that person out as a suspect at this point?
I don't think I said that it wasn't one of the roommates. I said that it was used with the roommate's phone.
I believe somebody asked if that was the killer. You said
No, that's correct.
Getting him caught up in his stuff, guys. I'm telling you.
So he dodges the question?
He absolutely did. Look, he just moved right on.
Because I was interested to hear what he was going to say, because he certainly had no business saying that he can conclusively rule out those two as a suspect.
Well, at this point, he should have. And look at his face right there. Like I said, and then boom, he moves right on to the next person. He completely dodged that question, fully and totally.
I remember watching these videos back during the time, and we were all over how suspect the answers were, and we were asking these questions back then.
Absolutely. And this is, again, with the information that we've received up to this point now, going back and watching this stuff again, it's like, wow, wait a minute. You know, I think it's important. I do.
You know what really shocks me is first the text chain comes out, the text chain between Dylan and Bethany that night, and then the 911 call drops, and people just act like it's normal.
Right.
And that text chain and that 911 call to me is a clear picture of what happened there, and how dishonest this entire investigation has been, and that we've been lied to the entire time. And just for people to just gloss over that and act like, no, that 911 call's all on the up and up. The text chain, yep. It blows my mind.
Agreed.
I remember hearing the 911 call for the first time, and I didn't know what to think after it. I was just,
we were floored.
Yeah, like it. I mean, it wasn't like any other 911 call I've heard in my life. You couldn't tell who was talking. There was no, straight pinpointed questions. There was no straight pinpointed answers. It was a mess.
Right.
You got to keep in mind, it was 2 weeks earlier that the Gonsalves family was doing a media blitz, telling everybody what happened on the 911 call. And I don't mean vague. I mean like a very descriptive, very elaborate description of how the 911 call went down.
Yeah.
And then the 911 call gets dropped like a couple weeks later, and it was completely opposite to what they said happened. I mean, completely opposite. They said that Hunter Johnson, the door was locked, and Hunter Johnson had to kick down the door, and he was called because they tried the door, and there was this very elaborate story that just had no bearing on what actually happened.
Jesse, the simple fact is that narrative that you just spoke of, how Hunter Johnson kicked down the door, this, that, and the other thing, that narrative lasted at least a year and a half.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just like with what Lucy just said, that one of the roommates came out running out of the house and fainted trying to call 911. All of that that was put into production. Absolutely.
And all this stuff that was never true in the first place would have made more sense than what actually happened, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
So like when I heard the 911 call, I was thinking, okay, well, where's the other half of the 911 call? Is this the only 911 call? Was there another 911 call that happened? And I know everybody else was thinking the same thing.
Oh, there's still people that think there was another 911 call.
I still think there's possibly another 911 call.
I think there were phone calls made from the house early that morning that went to the college or somebody with the university. And then there was another phone call that said, call 911. That's what I believe happened. Welcome back, Tomboy. And Cheese It's good to see you in the chat today.
I'm going to retire to chat.
You
My
know
back's
he
killing me.
messed up,
So
right?
Have
All
a
right,
good night, Jesse. Nice
we
talking
gotta
to you.
we gotta get you a better chair, Jesse. What'd you say, Tomboy?
You know he messed up, right?
Which time?
When he said, when they were talking about the roommate's cell phone, he said, he originally said we could tell by the roommate's call, but then he turns around and say, I didn't say who called.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
just from the roommate's phone. No, you
Yes.
just said who called.
You just said who called. Yes. He knew it. That's why I think he turned red. And the reporters quick. They're quick. They're really good with these reporters are amazing because they're catching these things. Boom, boom, boom. So I think that's why they stopped doing pressers because they they knew that they couldn't get around these questions. You know what I mean? That's my opinion on it. But yeah, good catch, Tomboy. Good catch. And guys, for those of you that don't know, I don't have anything to do this evening, so I think if I can get others to cooperate, moderators wise, I think we're going to jump into our member chat in the Discord today after this and do a wide open voice call in the members chat, maybe a live dive, so on and so forth. So if anybody's interested, feel free to join us. It's within the Discord.
It's in general
Wait.
chat.
Yeah, it would be in the general chat. It's not for moderators only. It's for everybody to jump in and join us in there in the members chat. And then there's a voice channel at the bottom of the column. You'll be able to jump right in there with us. So, in fact, I'll probably send an invite to everybody that's in there. So, on we go. I'm going to start doing at least one, if not two of those a week for you guys.
Roommate's phone.
I believe somebody asked if that was the killer, and you said no.
No, that's correct.
Was there someone there other than the two roommates when police responded?
So will you clarify that for me?
You're not confirming a roommate called 911, but used the roommate's phone. So was there someone else at the home other than those two roommates?
There was other friends that had arrived at the location.
You want a reporter to clarify their question, but you will not clarify an
Look,
answer.
look how frustrated he is right here. Watch this whole mess. Watch this whole mess again, you guys. This is a mess. Watch this. And he knows he got caught in what he said.
We have followed up on, we've cleared, and we believe that there's no connection there.
Now, here we go.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News. Just following up on the 911 call, you said that you don't believe that's the killer. Can you conclusively rule out the person that called 911 from inside the home as a suspect in this case?
Can you go ahead and just ask that one more time, please?
The person that was inside the home that called 911 that was not one of the roommates, can you conclusively rule that person out as a suspect at this point?
I don't think I said that it wasn't one of the roommates. I said that it was.
But he did. He backed it off. Okay, he doesn't even know what he's saying. That's the problem here.
Used with the roommate's phone.
I believe somebody asked if that was the killer, and you said no.
No, that's correct.
Was there someone there other than the two roommates when police responded?
So will you clarify that for me?
You're not confirming a roommate called 911, but used the roommate's phone. So was there someone else at the home other than those two roommates?
There was other friends that had arrived at the location.
How many?
Honestly, I'm not quite sure at this time, to be quite honest.
Do you guys have any idea if the killer's still within the community, or are you looking outside the community for the killer in terms of their physical location?
We are looking everywhere that evidence would lead us. I can't say if the person's here. I can't say what community the person's in. We're utilizing every resource we can to make that location of that individual. And part of that is the safety of our community is paramount. And that's why we brought in the resource that we brought in to keep our community as safe as we can.
Being so close to the border, does that make it kind of automatically an interstate investigation? Can you comment on that?
I cannot comment on that. I'm not even aware.
If you look in Washington at all, I guess.
We're looking everywhere. I'm going to take two more questions.
Do you still believe this was
this attack was done by one perpetrator? And if so, how does one individual kill 4 people
Great
at night
question.
and not wake up the other 2 roommates?
Our investigation will continue to look at all avenues of that investigation. I cannot disclose any of that information. I don't even know that information at this point in time, and that's why we're continuing to investigate.
You a damn lie.
That there again, he didn't answer. Do you still
That was
believe
the
this?
worst non-answer. That was the
Yes.
worst non-answer I've ever heard.
Yeah, it was bad. It was very bad. Do you still believe that one perpetrator committed this crime? No, nothing anywhere near answered that. Nothing at all.
We do not.
He's getting redder and redder.
One more question.
Hi, Angela Palermo, Idaho Statesman. In the press release yesterday, you confirmed that the victims were found on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the home. Can you say which of the victims were found where?
I'm not going to
can't
disclose
say.
that information. They were found on the 2nd and 3rd floor. And that's as far as we're going to go with that part of the investigation too, because all those key pieces do come to play later. So we do thank you. We thank you for meeting with
How
us,
does that come into play later?
helping get information out. And I can assure you, we will continue.
Those are his control words, Tomboy. Those, so he can try to
Oh,
keep
no.
control of it.
Oh, I know. And it's because, they're going to come out and say that they were asleep. So that's how he could kill 4 people on 2
Right.
different floors.
Right. And we know they weren't. We know they weren't at this point. Period.
To work hard, we will continue to do everything we can to solve this. So thank you.
Now, did they originally say that all 4 victims were sleeping, or did
Yeah.
that come from my
It-
butt?
I don't know that she said it. I think it came from this. One of these. I believe. Don't quote me. We'll find out though, because that's part of what we're doing.
Oh, that's right. I think my butt said they were all killed in their beds. Which
Yeah,
again,
hold on
she
1
lied.
minute, you guys. I got something real. Keep going. I can hear you. You can keep going. I'll be right back.
So apparently she lied too because they weren't all in their beds.
Yeah, they pretty much lied through the entire thing here, Tomboy.
And I'm pretty certain that after Kathy Mabbott's last interview she did, that's why we never heard from her again, because she couldn't keep the story straight to save her life.
No, you're absolutely right. She kept on letting the truth slip out. I mean, who wants to tell the truth these days?
They apparently didn't pay her enough to shut up.
I mean, I guess not. I wonder how much both herself and Thompson make. Like,
Oh, there's probably a huge difference.
I bet you Thompson makes about 150.
She probably makes about, because she's an appellate attorney. So she probably doesn't even make close to that.
Yeah, you never know.
That's why she got a moonlight as the coroner.
Easy political power. You have to be voted in for that, don't you?
The coroner, yeah.
Yeah, that's all politics. I don't know. Does going back to the start, does that help you with anything, Tomboy?
Oh no, I can recall most of it.
I just find it's frustrating. I just get more pissed off because just it's again with the blatant lies.
Oh yeah.
Like,
And then you actually see what lengths they went to lie.
yeah. and then to go back and try to cover up those lies with more lies. And then it's like it's just a shit. It's just a pot full of fucking lies.
Apparently,
Sorry.
they didn't get a big enough fucking pot.
Oh no. I mean, there's not a
Now their
fucking
lies are just
pot enough
spewing
big
out
enough
over
to
the
put in
edge.
all these lies. Hey, Terry Martin.
Welcome,
Hey,
Gary.
you know, it's easy. The old saying, it's easier to remember the truth than a lie.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, they don't believe that.
Well, that's what Dylan's problem was, wasn't it?
I think that they all had stories, lines that they were, that they were supposed to do, but none of them could pull them off. There's too many people were involved, I think, and too many lies, and it just got out of hand. It blew up.
Very badly.
My mom always used to say growing up, believe half of what you see and nothing that you hear.
But what surprises me is the sheer amount of people that were willing to lie. Like, I don't know. Okay, I know some pretty shitty people, and I know people that work with me. They lie all the time. But I mean, not about stuff like this.
Like ISP and FBI and all that, they didn't have any stake in this. So if they lie, it's no big deal. It's not like they haven't done it before.
The problem is they never told the truth from the beginning. Period.
Right. And I don't think they gave weight to society looking into this, and that the internet was as big as it was.
At this point, I don't think gag order should be, like, I honestly think this whole FBI gag order, idea, I don't think it works. Like, it doesn't work for justice. It doesn't help the truth. Why would they allow a gag order in a murder investigation? Like, if when it comes to a murder investigation, when it comes to somebody that's going to be tried, for the death penalty, like, a gag order should not be an option.
This case, Moto has so many firsts. Like, the gag order was atrocious. The house being torn down. Dago and I were just having this talk the other day. The Pike County Massacre, the Roden family in Ohio, they still have the 3 trailers that all 3 different families were killed in. They still have them, and that's been what, Dago, 10, 11 years? But you don't even wait 8 months before you want to tear down this house? Why?
Well, yeah, it's nothing but a farce. That's what it is. This whole fucking thing is a farce.
What was in that house that you did not want the nation to see or hear?
I truly believe there was surveillance in there.
You think so?
Yeah.
There's what?
I think there was surveillance in there, and there's two reasons why. One, Steve said there was in one of his, and I know he doesn't tell the truth, but remember he said in the walls there was, and I think he let that slip. And 2, they kept talking about how safe those girls were, and Kaylee was, and everything, and I know that the girls locked their doors when they went out, and I just can't imagine that there wasn't like a nanny cam or something, some sort of surveillance in that house. Especially with walking, especially with people coming and going all the time, and those 2 girls were of age to go to the bars, so they wouldn't go to the bars, and they wouldn't be there.
What 2 girls?
Kaylee and Maddie.
Has everybody forgotten about Xana and Ethan? There were 4 people.
No, I
The
mean,
cameras
Jalen
are-
and Ethan weren't of age. They couldn't go to the bars all the time. So they were.
They could go to the bar, which was the under 21 bar.
Hey, Leah.
Yeah, but
Hey,
usually.
I'm driving to work.
Hi.
Just
Hey,
pay attention while you're backing up, eh?
Hey, Leah. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I just think that there's missing footage, and that's why I think there's a lot of redactions. I mean, they don't want if it comes out. I don't know. I could be wrong.
There's definitely missing footage because, and it's been pointed to more than once now. And I'm not saying I trust either one of these two, but they've both conveniently spoken about other cameras and other footage in the area. And I know Terry was actually, I think, around when we did this back in the day when Rory was around and he was boots on the ground, and there were 3 cameras that have been pointed to. I
Mhm.
spoke about this more than once, okay? 3 cameras that I know that are directly across the street from that house in different variations. And at that point, where's that footage? Why? And when Jules reached out and tried to ask them anything besides 1112, where's it at? They say it doesn't exist. I don't believe that.
Well,
The reason why I think they're doing that is because there's something on those cameras that we're not supposed to see. Sorry,
Right.
Tomboy.
Yep.
What were you
And
going to say, Tomboy? Are you there?
I hope Tomboy's not in an accident.
Well,
Oh, she's cutting in and out.
Oh.
Try it again, Tomboy.
What were you saying, Terry?
I said, do you remember when Steve G gave the interview and he said, at least now Kaylee doesn't have to testify?
Yes.
Testify against what? Testify for what?
Testify for what? Yes. Great question.
Wait a minute. That's actually kind of interesting because that kind of leads into Dylan's question, Hildreth's question. Why couldn't Kaylee teach?
That's where I was headed next. Right after that, I was going to say, what happened with her that she couldn't do the student teaching program, which in turn made her have to change her major to general studies instead of teaching and education. It's a huge question, isn't it?
But
And
if
also,
you're
she received
testifying,
mail
that wouldn't-
too.
But if you're testifying, that wouldn't bar you or block you from being a teacher.
Unless you're testifying on your own behalf for a crime that you may have been charged with. You know what I'm saying? And there was also mail that had to be received by her parents, which could have been certified mail.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be information that we probably would have had by now?
Not if they didn't want it out there.
The teaching background, when you have to pass the background to be a teacher, it's a certain, they check nationwide, but there's a leeway that they have. Like a lot of minor in possession, that doesn't bar you. It's drugs, abuse to kids, or a major felony.
Right.
What about Bryan? Didn't he have drugs? A drug? Wasn't he busted for drugs? I mean, didn't he have that on his record? So how did he teach?
He was no, he never got in any trouble for it.
Yeah, but when he was in high school, he did.
After he was
And he-
18.
He never had a felony. Everything that went on with him was juvenile. It was only the phone thing.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was after. I thought he was.
No, he was 16 when the phone thing with his sister happened. That's the only thing he ever got a charge for.
Never charged for drugs at all.
No.
Nope. Oh,
Nope.
okay.
Okay.
He did them hardcore and he blew a lot of money on him, but he never got arrested or charged for anything. He had a clean record. Which they brought into account when he went in for his interview with Jenkins. So, that's a great point.
A big car accident, didn't she?
Say that again, bud.
Bethany got into a big car accident, though, didn't she?
She totaled out her RAV4. I think, wasn't it Tomboy brought up that it was possibly, we don't have proof, so I'm not going to say it's a fact, but that it could have possibly been DUI related as well?
I heard DUI, but
So
allegedly.
would
Yeah, everything is.
Kaylee be involved in that somehow?
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, if she was a CI,
Well,
who
Lucy
knows?
says no, it was not a DUI. So there you go. Thank you.
Okay.
And she has the FOIA for it. I figured as much. So there, that answers that question. Now we don't need to worry about that anymore.
I'm glad we have people like Lucy.
Agreed, because there's all sorts of misinformation that needs to be corrected. Ooh, I don't. When did the accident happen, Lucy? She just, yeah, she has it. She said. I don't know. I don't know.
22. Like right before the murders.
It was it was October. She said.
I thought it was
It was
on my
in
birthday.
October.
That's how I remembered it.
Is it normal?
Can
Why?
you FOIA it? Can you get the records on it?
That's what I just said. She has it, Leah. Lucy has it, and it's in October.
Oh, okay.
All right, Tomboy. We're about done anyway because of the time. But thank you for your input. But I'm very curious now. I think it's kind of important to figure it out. You know, Kim from Typically Unique has been asking this question. Why was she not allowed to do the student teaching program? And then after that, you know, what is that the reason why she switched her major? Is that the only reason why? Did something else happen? What all was going on within that aspect of that background? You know what I mean? I'm curious because I've been saying recently, I know we're going back to the beginning and maybe we'll find something, but I think knowing what went on for the previous 3 months, at the very least, I'll say, of Kaylee's life, or any of their lives for that matter, leading up to this, could possibly give some answers to this case that we don't have.
Oh, I agree.
Anything, whatever was going on in their lives for the past, I'll just say 3 months to start with, but even longer possibly.
Actually, Mama's Boy just brought up a really good point. I just noticed in the chat there. She was saying that maybe her background check failed because of, I don't know if it's true or not, possibly OnlyFans.
Well, I don't know because I'm sure there's other people that have that, and I don't think they look into that kind of stuff unless there's something that points them to that. I don't know. I can't answer that. You know, I can't say you're right or wrong. Oh yeah. We're gonna be looking at that too, Hanky Panky. We're going back through quite a bit of stuff. It's gonna take us a few of these shows, but there was student teaching. Yeah, there was student teaching during COVID, so that had nothing to do with it. Something happened, in my opinion. I wonder if the things are linked. She had to change her major. She couldn't do the student teaching program. There was mail delivered that they had to go sign for, that nobody else could. So that told me it was either certified or it was some kind of a specialty package or something. Those things I feel like have some kind of a link possibly, or was it?
And
Yeah,
also,
that's
she also supposedly dropped out of her sorority, and none of her. And it's like they ignored her. But what if she was told to leave her sorority? That could be part of it too.
Well, 3 of them left. 3 of them left, from what we understand, all for the same remote type of reasons. There could be more to that too. I'd really like to know the absolute truth behind that, to be honest with you.
I mean, that's a lot of people. You normally have people drop out of sororities and fraternities.
You have to do some digging.
There was 4, not just 3. Now that I'm correcting myself, I think Emily left her sorority as well.
Yeah, and that's
I
okay.
didn't know that.
So when you have 4 people in the same circle of friends that are leaving a sorority, typically a sorority, once you join, that's your part of your life for life.
I mean,
And they're leaving for reasons, you know, They weren't. We were told they don't like to have to pay for it when they're not staying there. Things like that. I think there's more to it than that. There was other things that they were uncomfortable with, in my opinion. So
There must have
I'll
been
put.
something Maddie and Kaylee got caught up in
I wonder if
or
it was
got caught
the
up
other
with.
hazing deaths.
Well, hold on, Leah. What did you say? You wonder if it was something, Moto?
The other. Oh, me. Okay. Hold on.
No, go ahead, Leah. Leah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Leah.
Oh, okay. Maybe it had something to do with the other hazing deaths. Maybe they didn't like the way those went down.
Yeah, that could very well be it.
Considering that Ethan was good friends with Hudson.
Yeah, I mean that's.
If you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, and it's weird because Kaylee was in a different sorority than
They were all in different sororities. Yeah.
the other girls were at Pi Phi's, and she was a Alpha.
Kaylee was, she was separate. Maddie, Xana, and Emily, I think, were in
Pi Phi.
Pi Phi. Thank you. I heard you say it, but I didn't register. I'm sorry, Terry. Something's up with that somewhere. I think there's something a little deeper in that. I agree with you guys. There's something definitely just a little bit deeper in that, and maybe it had something to do with that. I was told before, that Kaylee, Maddie, and Ethan were at whatever party it was that the whole thing went down with.
Hudson.
Oh, Hudson Lindau. And so maybe they saw something that made them say, "Hey, you know what? This ain't cool. I don't want to be part of any of the Greek system." If that's, that could be a possibility. I agree with that, but I just think there's more to it. There's more to that and to some other things that we're not
maybe
giving answers.
because Maddie and Kaylee were leaving after this was their final semester.
Could
Maybe
be a big drug thing going on like it was the Appalachian State and Duke University and all.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Right. Go ahead, Moto. Finish.
No, it's I'm soaking it all in, Dago.
You're good. I think she's on a delay, so therefore she doesn't hear when she's talking, and other people are.
Okay.
Which now, one more thing that bugs me too that we come to find out is that there were files from Kaylee's University of Idaho, her school file. There were things pulled and missing from her file.
Oh.
What? Why? I think that has something of importance to do with maybe what happened with her. And why are you pulling files from her educational record that nobody can see now? That's a problem for me. I want to know what those were.
That could have been the package you're talking about.
I don't know. I don't know what it was, but it's something that they pulled. They pulled files out of her record, and we have no idea what they were in relation to. I want to know why.
Do we have a report on that, or a paper trail?
It was in a report that I read. I can't remember exactly where I got the info from again. Now, it was in one of the newer documents.
I'm likely not going to go read them. So.
No, you're good, but it's still, it was one of the newer documents that I had just went through with all the things that were missing. And I can't remember word for, that's what it said. So I just wanted to trying to remember, but anyway.
I'm just
guys,
curious if they, I know when obviously I was in college, drugs were not, they weren't that big of an issue back then, but to my knowledge, I don't think that we had undercover FBI agents, on campus, but they did on this campus for the drug reasons.
Yeah, I don't get it. Like, you know what? I love doing drugs in college. I really don't see what the big deal is.
It's part of college.
I understand, there's some college kids trying to make some money, what have you.
Phone's over there.
Go ahead.
But yeah, we never there was tons, especially in the part of Ontario where I live. General Motors, it's known as like the armpit of Ontario. It's where all the crackheads live.
Yeah.
Even though it's a rampant town for drugs, we never had anything like CIs, or there was no big drug busts on campus. Nothing like this.
Right. That's why I'm asking. Is that normal?
I find it's so strange that a university would have kids as CIs and all of this.
They shouldn't. They shouldn't.
It just, I don't know. I have a hard time.
I will say the difference nowadays is the type of drugs. Back in the day when you and I were in college and other people were in college, there was the drugs weren't like killing people left and right, like the fentanyl and the stuff like that. That's become to the point where people are dropping dead left and right from it. So they've made it more of a goal to cut that shit out. But putting kids in, and Lana's even screamed about this. Making college kids or college people CIs is wrong. You don't do that, okay? It's just that's just, in my opinion, it's no better than making a high school kid a CI. You don't do that. You don't put people in that position.
You're putting them into major danger.
Yeah, it's just not a place that people belong. And it, like Terry just said, that's dangerous because you become a target immediately. If anybody finds out that you're a snitch and Jesus Christ, God forbid, you become a target immediately because, well, and if you're not a target, then you're going to become shunned, which in turn it causes other problems. So, cocaine, marijuana, those were the types of things that we dealt with, okay? And they weren't killing people every other day. Nowadays, there's fentanyl and all these other crazy things that it's killing people every other day. So it's become a big problem. So they've made it a goal to cut that out of there. But at the mean point or during that, they're labeling everybody an informant, a snitch, and people nowadays don't have what am I thinking of here, or the word I'm trying to think of? They don't have the conscience like they used to. There's no fear of consequence. There's no fear of authority anymore by any means. Okay, nobody worries like that they're going to get in trouble for anything because 9 out of 10 times they're not. So they do what they're doing, and people have. There's no care for others anymore. People don't have the what do you call them? The compassion for other people anymore. They just don't.
There's no community. It's like
I hate to say it, but people, if you do that, somebody could get killed. Okay, well, it's not my problem. That's how a lot of the people feel nowadays, younger group especially. And it's like, wait a minute. No. You got to, people just don't have compassion. And like Terry said, sense of community, sense of, family, any of that. It's really lacking nowadays. So therefore, in turn, you don't have that. Back when we would do something in our day, we would worry about the consequence of it, or could somebody get hurt, and it would back us down from it, and make us think twice on it. That doesn't happen anymore. So that's the scary part of this.
Here's a question I have. Remember how what's his face, the guy that was the driver,
Eric Gower.
Yeah, thank you. And he would give like the airplane bottle, of liquor.
Yeah.
Girls. We all know that, right? It's out there. It's public knowledge. Has
Right.
he ever been in trouble for that?
Well, no, because I don't think you can get in trouble for it because one, you got to prove it. Okay. You can say that it happened, but prove it. Unless there's video proof of it, you don't know that it came from him or that they weren't driving anything. So he basically was giving them a gift, and whatever they chose to do with it was their choice. So you can't really get in trouble for it.
Well, I just don't understand. I mean, okay, so you don't want to be drinking and driving, right? We're talking
Right.
DUIs right now, right?
Right.
So why the heck are 3 kids that supposedly are wasted off their butt, which they did not seem that way, are walking and they get chased down by the cops?
I didn't hear the last part, Terry. I'm sorry.
They got chased down by in the Banfield. I mean, I'm like,
Oh, well, because that was supposedly the program they were running was the underage, public DUI stuff that they were looking for. And that was the claim behind it, at least. I believe that it was something different, but that's just my opinion. So
it had to be something different. Because first of all, how do they know how old they are?
Right. And that's the whole thing and truth being, we watched the whole Banfield video. We know how that turned out. It was a bunch of bullshit. So
They were not stinking drunk.
no, I don't believe they were. At least if they were, they know how to handle it differently, because if you would have caught me back in the day at that age and I'd have been falling all over the place, laughing at him, all sorts of stuff, guys. I
Me
was
too.
drunk as drunk, period. But unless they know how to hold it better, I don't know. They were walking. They were walking. They weren't falling. They weren't tripping over each other. They weren't none of it. They were just walking somewhere and they got stopped. And the one guy that had the cans, they weren't open. They were doing everything they were supposed to be doing and they got approached.
I think
Was it
there
a distraction or was it a real thing? That's all I'm
I
saying.
think it was planned. I do too.
That's
I
that's
just don't
kind of my
believe that
thought.
was just I think that was a complete planned thing. I mean, for instance, they said they hadn't been drinking. One had been sick. And then they said, I've had a couple beers. I mean, I can believe that they had a couple beers. I mean, that makes sense if they went to a party. But
Well, they should have been, yeah.
but Rosie kept saying, "Oh, come on. You know you've had more than that." I mean, it was like,
Well, they were trying to force it. That's right. They were making it look good. There was no probable cause to stop them. None. And then
no.
something else that disturbed me about that entire thing was something a lot of people don't pay attention to. When they asked him to stop and they didn't hear him or they ignored it, then he got shitty with them and said, "Hey, you stop when a police officer tells you to stop. Why didn't you stop?"
Well,
And
we
he
didn't
said,
know you were a
"Well,
police officer."
no." He said we thought it was maybe somebody messing with us. They didn't want to be bothered with it, which tells me, is it possible that other people are doing things to other people on campus and saying that they're this or they're that? You know, somebody else made mention that Eric Gower claimed that he was a police officer when he picked him up. So you got to wonder. You got to wonder about that comment. That's always bothered me. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just put that out there as well. And I don't trust. They didn't look like police officers. I wouldn't fucking stop for them.
I
I
would run. I would have
I
ran. I would
I
have
wouldn't
thought
have stopped for him at all. Like, who the fuck are you to tell me to stop? You know, show me your badge or wear your uniform. One of the two,
something. But I mean, if I can
especially around here.
if I was in, I mean, if two guys started coming after me in the middle of the night, I would have ran.
That's my point, guys. It's 3:00 in the morning, and two guys that are coming out of nowhere jump out of a car and say, "Hey, come here now." No, sorry. And it makes you wonder if there was things going on, if people were getting robbed or attacked, or since nothing happens in Moscow, bullshit. We know that's different. They just don't take reports, so nobody knows about it.
We thought you were fake. Oh, yeah. Do we look fake?
I mean, yeah, they did. So there you go. I think that's an important point to point out with this, guys, because it makes you wonder if there was something going on. Like I said, it's crazy. It's crazy. I'm just saying. If it happens, then people will have these thoughts. If it doesn't happen, sure, it's just bullshit. But I just have to wonder, do these types of things go on? Does somebody come up and stop you at 3 a.m. and then rob you and say they were cops and then you're stuck, or steal drugs from you? And then you can't go to the police and say, "Well, I got robbed. They took my cocaine last night." You're not going to see that happen. I'm just saying.
I mean, yeah, that was weird. And then also, if they have undercover FBI agents all sprinkled throughout the campus
There you go. Bingo.
for drugs, then why are they doing another program for underage drinking? I
Well,
mean,
because they got funding for it. That was the
Drugs and
claim. They got
alcohol, they're
funding.
combined.
it just
What'd you say, Tomboy?
Drugs and alcohol, they're combined.
Of course. But here's the thing. Dave gave an interview early on in this, which we're going to cover that too again. And he said multiple times that there were multiple FBI agents that were scattered within the student body of the campus. Again, I'm sure this was known by multiple people, not just Dave, okay? So I'm sure, again, these kids seeing these guys are like, "Oh, shit. I don't want to get busted with these guys. We don't know." You know what I mean? And they didn't frisk these guys. They didn't check them for anything. They just asked them a bunch of questions and stood there for 45 minutes and then let them go. It was dumb.
They didn't even ask them questions. They asked them like that, and then they couldn't even get their story straight. Then, oh, it's a really busy night tonight. You're gonna have to hold on. We're waiting for him to get back, and then later they tell him, "God, it's awful quiet tonight."
Yeah, it was real quiet that night. Lucy says, "What are the chances that Eric tells riders he's a cop? and Banfield kids think the cops aren't cops? That's a trick question, Lucy. I'm not even going to remotely try to answer that one. That's funny, especially in this case. So anyway, I mean, there's a lot of points here, guys, and we haven't even touched the surface because this is going to take a few episodes because we're going to be going back through a lot of different things, talking about it, breaking it down. But thus far, what we've seen, you can tell right away. We're only days into the case, and it's already a disastrous mess. And there's already lies being thrown all over the place. There's already a narrative that has been created that they're following. And there's a lot of people involved in it. So
And
that's
why
the
was
point.
Brett, is it normal that the lead investigator doesn't go to what do you call it, the press conference?
He should have been there. If he was, maybe we couldn't see him because he wasn't. You couldn't see him because he was too short. I don't know.
Yeah,
Um,
what's the?
Why was he not there?
Is it really weird that the lead investigator isn't at 5 foot?
well, that's a whole different story. But Tyson, at this point, I don't know. I think it was 24 or 48 hours that Tyson Barrett was the lead detective, and then he recused himself, or was told to, because of a conflict of interest, and then Baby Payne became the lead detective on this. Okay,
I don't think Tyson Barrett was gonna have anything to do with their bullshit stories.
I mean, it could be. That could be. He probably could. Maybe he saw the horizon and said, nope, I'm not playing this shit. As many others, I think, did see, and they decided they were out and they left.
I'm wondering if Payne was supposed to have not been away that weekend because Fry was away. Because if you remember the state, the Ohio State guy, the policeman, when he was talking, he was yelling at Brett Payne, "Get your butt here."
The Idaho State guy, you mean? Yeah.
Well,
I do the same thing.
He wasn't high up on the chain of command. He could go even if Fry went.
Well, so why was he put his head to death? I don't get it.
Because he's, in my opinion, there's really no answer for that. In my opinion, is because he's a yes man. They knew that if they put him in that position, this is again my opinion, that he was going to do whatever they wanted, however they wanted him to do it. He wasn't going to ask questions. Look where he's at now, guys, which we're going to get to. I just looked at it too, and thank you very much for sending me the email.
So he really is not at the
Corporal Payne was made lead detective on this case after 2 years as a uniformed patrol officer. And then he was offered a position at the university doing whatever the hell they're doing. And now, as of May 5th of this year, is now working as a part-time investigator for Latah County Prosecutor's Office. Now, you fucking tell me. And it's documented. It's a document.
And how many? I mean,
Bill
everybody
Thompson has
quit.
somebody in his back pocket.
Oh, my God, yeah. We know that. And what'd you say, Terry?
And look at all. Is it? I mean, doesn't it make you wonder, scratch your head at all the different people that retired?
Every day. Every single day. Every single day.
Major, one of the biggest homicides in the country ever. All of a sudden, everybody just quits.
A lot of them walked away, were transferred out. The chief, for Christ's sakes, decided he was going to retire. And then he tried to run for sheriff, which everybody knew was a joke. He wasn't going to win. And now he's working in Washington as the chief of police. Bullshit. Lanier, he retired. I can't, what is it? 4, 5, or 6 other police officers either transferred out or they retired.
And then the judges, I mean, come on, the judge retired.
Yeah, but if they retired, that means they can get a job in another town.
Right.
So
right.
The question is, my question to all that is did they retire because they didn't want to be part of it, or did they retire because they were part of it?
That's the whole point. That's the answer you got to come up with on your own. I think that they feel, the people that have left voluntarily, in my opinion, I feel that they left before knowing that at some point the shit's going to hit the fan. I don't want to be named in that. I don't want to be part of that. And a lot of people believe if they're not connected to that situation at that time, they won't be bothered. I mean, look at everything we've seen. Okay, the bullshit excuse given when the guy that took the photographs of Bryan Kohberger in prison and put those public, they come forward and said, "Well, we know who did it, but he has decided to quit working here, so and there'll be no charges filed." Are you serious? That's not how life works. That's not how the law works. But I think a lot of people believe if they get away from a situation, they can't get in trouble for it. Maybe the longer they're involved with the internal part of it, they feel that if I'm still here, I might get busted with them. If I don't, or if I'm gone, then I won't. I don't know.
A lot of them
But
feel like if they get promoted up the chain, then they can keep it quiet. They can
Sure.
keep control over it.
Sure. I'll tell you though, it blows my mind knowing that Brett Payne is working for the Latah County Prosecutor's Office as an investigator, folks, because all that tells me is that there's more corruption to come. That's all I'm saying.
Like I said, when they first released the body cam of the bodies being taken out, like I said that time, I said, I bet you there was a promotion in changing those numbers.
Very likely. I don't doubt it. I don't
they
doubt
had
it.
I think Payne had to switch the numbers to account for the chief.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they had to switch the numbers to make it look like one person did it.
I mean, that makes perfect sense. It does. It all fits the boat, folks. It all fits the boat.
Because if they left the numbers how they were renumbered or how they were, then it would have shown essentially that Kaylee was never downstairs, which would have disproved the one killer theory.
And what
Wow.
about when Lanier said at the second press conference that they were all asleep when he was asked that? And what happened to? I mean, they had to. This is by that time. You cannot tell me they had not. Dylan had already told them that she had heard Kaylee scream, "Somebody's here."
Yeah.
But that is all you heard. You didn't hear no screaming, no yelling, no nothing. That is all. Did you just put earplugs in? Because we know you didn't fucking go to sleep.
Right. That is a fact.
Now, going back to the ones that retired, the ones that stayed retired, do you think that's where maybe we can get a whistleblower?
I don't know, and I don't know that I would believe a whistleblower at this point because how are we to know that that's what the truth is, Leah?
Just thank you all. I'm dropping out. Have a good night, guys.
Thank you, guys. Like I said to everybody, guys, that we're about to shut this down. We will have in the Discord, if you're part of the Discord, in the general chat or the members chat, I'm going to open up a voice channel in there for us all to jump into together to discuss different things, do a live dive, whatever it is. I don't have nothing else to do tonight, so I hope to see some of you guys in there that are involved in the Discord. If not, if you want to be in the Discord and you're not, let us know in the chat before I shut down. SRB will throw something in here, or whoever will throw something in here to get you guys in there if you want to join us. Please feel free. It's open to everybody that's in there.
And you don't have to open up your camera to talk to us. You can use your icon.
Yeah, you don't have to have a camera, but do me a favor if you're just now joining it, it makes it easier on the administrators and the moderators in there to understand and know who you are. If you go in there under a different name, just tell them what your screen name in here is so we know who you are. That's all.
Can you put the thing up?
For the Discord, yeah. If we have the a link for the Discord, one of you guys please put it in the chat for anybody that wants to join us. Christine says, me, please. I'm taking it, Terry. You don't have, I thought you were in there, Terry. I guess not. Okay.
I don't think so. Where is
That's
it?
all right. Yeah, we're going to be jumping into more of this, guys. This was just episode 1. There it is. Thank you, SRB. This is episode 1. We have many more to go and many more things to look into. So,
Will you put it back up there? Because I don't have the chat part.
what do you mean? This right here?
Right
Yeah. It's
there.
I see what you mean. Okay. So I want to thank everybody that joined us today as we go back to the beginning in the Idaho 4 case with all the information and the new stuff that we know. It's going to be interesting. We've already pointed out certain things that we are not comfortable with, things that started in the beginning, things that are strange, that make this case what it is. So understand, there's going to be much more that you're going to see. There's people that are here now that never saw the beginning of this. Hopefully, this will help you to understand it more. Again, I wanted to wish Michelle F. a very happy birthday. Thank you to my moderators. By the way, Terry, it was great to see you. It's been a while. It's great to have you back. And everybody that's here, guys, please remember, it's very important to know and to remember for yourselves. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And please don't change anything about yourselves, guys. Truly, that is what I love about you all, is who you are, beautiful people. Hopefully, I'll see some of you guys here soon within the Discord. For those of you that I won't, I will see you more than likely tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your night, and God bless. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Good night. See you in Discord.
The coffee's cold, the final step.